Now a tornado warning on the northern end of the 10 TV viewing area. I want to go ahead and get you right over to radar where you can see that warning in place for Crawford County. That's going to go until 7:45 this evening. We're tracking a confirmed tornado that was located near Vanlue, or 9 miles east of Findlay. That's moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. That source coming from the National Weather Service. A tornado was reported on the ground with this system. So this is going to be a dangerous storm that's going to be heading into northern portions of Crawford County here in the next little bit. The heart of this storm still back further toward the west. You can see just to the south of the Tiffin area, north of Cary, where some of the heaviest part of the storm is, including the lightning and the hail potential with this particular cell. I want to go ahead and jump inside the storm here and tell you where we can see some of that rotation strongest on the radar here this evening. Looks to be mostly in the Big Spring area. This is kind of one of those areas of Ohio that's a little bit further away from the radars than we would like them to be. So it makes it harder to look inside these storms. You get clutter in the radar image. But as far as what we can tell here, I would expect that Big Spring area to be one of the areas to be under the gun right now. Areas to the north of the city of Crawford along US 23 showing some of those signs of rotation as well. I'm going to switch to just the Cleveland radar here, and you can kind of see the area inside that storm where some of the strongest winds are showing up. Again, that is near the Vanlue area. That's where a confirmed tornado was reported to be on the ground, according to the National Weather Service in Cleveland, Ohio, 9 miles east of the Findlay area where that storm was coming through. And that's again where you can see some of those higher areas of return on the radar right now. We've seen severe storms all across the region this afternoon, and we'll likely continue to see them spawn here tonight. I'll switch to a couple different radars here to see if I can find a little bit better image of what we can expect inside the storm. Again, hard to get a good view in this portion of Ohio. We're just too far away from any of the radar sites to really get a nice view inside the storm. This here coming out of Detroit. They're all highlighting the same area as being where we could see the potential for a tornado. That's going to be up near the Big Spring area, Vanlue, over toward the Seneca area. This area in here where we're likely seeing a tornado at this time, according to the National Weather Service and according to what we can see here on our radar as well. I want to switch back to just the radar view. You can see the strength of this cell, lots of those darker reds, heavy rain, hail possible with this system as well. So again, you're not going to really see this particular storm coming your way. It's going to be covered in the rain. So this is a storm where you need to be seeking shelter at this time as it comes your way. The storm moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour. So again, I want to go ahead and switch back inside the storm. We'll find the best radar view here to track it, and we'll put a timeline on it showing you where we expect this particular cell to go in about the next hour or so. Again, I think Cleveland's radar was giving us the best area, Cleveland and Detroit, kind of a mix of the two, where we could see the best area inside the storm of where the rotation actually is forming. Again, to the east of Findlay, that's moving off, or to the west of Findlay, I should say, that's moving off toward the east. That cell moving at, again, about 40 miles per hour as far as the storm track goes here. We'll put the storm track on for about the next 60 minutes here from that area in toward portions of Crawford County. This storm moving about 40 miles per hour, so we need to get a little bit wider here. It's not going to be long before it's in Crawford County. And again, this is heading your direction here. Storm moving at about 40 miles per hour puts it in Eden at about 18 minutes from now. Texas 21 minutes from now. Bloomville 27 minutes from now. And that's in toward Richmond and Williard about the next 50 minutes here as that cell continues to track off toward the east. This is just one of numerous severe thunderstorms that we have out there heading toward central Ohio this evening. We'll zoom back out and show you some of the other threats that are knocking on our door toward the west. You can see out toward Findlay between the two storms at the moment, the tornado warned storm that'll be heading pushing toward Crawford County here shortly, and more severe storms back out toward the west, including tornado-warned storm crossing over I-75 and what looks to be a even stronger cell with a lot of lightning. We'll take the lightning off. That's pushing toward through the St. Mary's area, south of Cridersville right now, eventually going to be heading in toward the Bell Fountain area, north of Bell Fountain, over toward Kenton and Ada Ridgeway, areas that we'll have to watch for this storm pushing your direction. And then even more severe weather back out toward Indianapolis, Muncie, Indiana. All of this tracking toward central Ohio here this evening. I'll put the radar in motion over the last 2 hours, and you can see things really starting to flare up. We were telling you as we headed past 8 o'clock tonight, that's when we are really going to start to see severe weather become a possibility here in central Ohio, and that's what we are seeing come together again here this evening as those storms do start to form. As far as the severe weather potential goes for the rest of tonight, we are just getting started here with these storms. Severe weather level 2 out of 5 risk in central Ohio, including tornadoes, winds, and hail. All possibilities here this evening. Some heavy rain could be a possibility as well, but the severe weather risk itself, what we're going to be watching most carefully through the next several hours. As far as when this all comes to an end, well, again, we've got a little bit of time before that happens as well. We'll back the hour by hour up just a bit. This is 7 o'clock, doing a really good job tracking those storms. You can see them pushing in and toward Columbus as we head toward the 10 and 11 o'clock hour. Those storms eventually pushing further to the south as we head toward midnight tonight. So for areas south of I-70, could be a long night before we get out of these severe weather threats, and then those storms continue to push off further to the south as we work our way through the rest of the evening. We've got team coverage here at 10 TV this evening. Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz also joining us with the latest on these storms.
Michael, you've been doing a great job following along this evening. It's been a very interesting development. We talked about the earlier round of showers and storms that came through, but now turning tornadic in some parts of the viewing area. Let's stay on the particular storm that is up north right now that is moving just south of Tiffin. This storm and its associated neighbors have had a history of producing 1-inch hail, several severe thunderstorm warnings, and as you see right now, this tornado warning, and that's the area that's flashing right in red. If we can take a little closer perspective right now to the core of that storm, likely producing some large hail as well. And as you had mentioned earlier, Michael, this is in less than ideal spot in terms of radar coverage, but it is something that we're watching very closely. That storm moving at about 40 miles an hour. So Seneca, Big Spring, Adrian, and Mexico, right along Route 53 and then 231 heading toward Eden and south of Tiffin. We're also seeing the possibility and likelihood of some large hail in here as well. So even if you are outside of the zone of that tornado, you are under that tornado warning. Still severe thunderstorm threats continue with extremely heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds, and of course the possibility of a tornado in this particular storm. And we look at the area right now, if we can zoom out just a little bit and show some perspective on that. To the south and east, we're talking about areas around Venice, Cranberry, Likens. This is just north of Upper Sandusky and Crawford County and over north of Bucyrus right now. So again, just on the northern edge of the 10 TV viewing area, but that storm has a history of just dropping ever so slightly south of east as it's moving on through. And that's why we're concerned. And that's why, again, we're watching this area right now in parts of Wyandotte and Crawford counties under the severe threat in the storm. So, Michael, if you can take a second just to zoom that back out again, give you a bit of a break there. There are several near neighbor storms right now which still have the potential to be severe in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings. We see little clusters of lightning and really focusing on the areas with the orange and the red right now. These storms are just north of Kenton and Hardin County, and then west over toward Lima, and south of that over toward Grand Lake, St. Mary. That again moving east, and there are more waiting in the wings. So even though we're just on the northern edge of the viewing area tracking this particular tornadic storm, there's a lot more in the way of activity back to the south and the west. And keep in mind too, when the tornado warning is in place, that means that it's either radar indicated or it's been verified by somebody on the ground, either law enforcement, a trained skyward observer. So this is not something to be taken lightly. Where you see these red outlines, these red polygons, they are tornadic storms, and that's why we are breaking into coverage right now and keeping you up to speed. A couple of very quick, simple reminders if you are under one of these tornado warnings, or even if you're watching right now and you're not under a tornado warning, things to keep in mind. Get to the lowest floor possible. Keep as many walls between you and the outside as possible. we do not want to see pictures and video of the storm, especially as we're getting very close to sunset this evening. Download the 10TV app, it's free, and then you'll be able to track us even if you are taking shelter in your basement or one of those areas I just mentioned. So please be safe. We don't want to see damage or pictures of the storm. Only in the light of day, after everything has calmed down, will we probably put that call out. But right now, we're looking at a couple of very strong pockets of severe weather. Michael, if you can kind of give us a little radar tour, and I'll take it from there.
Yeah, several areas of strong storms working their way through central Ohio tonight, including what has been some confirmed tornadoes, including this warning up in Crawford County. The strongest part of that storm, again, working its way south of the Tiffin area, south of US 224. A couple updates to pass along from the National Weather Service. Emergency manager in Mercer County, that's over on the Indiana-Ohio border, reported 3 non-life-threatening injuries from the storms that have come through there. And there's also been video working to get permission to use that from near St. Mary's, State Road 29 and US 33, where they've had video of a tornado crossing in that area. So we are likely only at the beginning of these storms here tonight, including what is going to be more severe cells working their way toward the 10 TV viewing area, just outside the viewing area right now near Finlay. The next area of storms under a severe thunderstorm warning, and then further off toward the west, storms that are working their way through portions near St. Mary's. Again, this is where that video was from that the National Weather Service currently has. That shows a very strong cell with a tornado warning that is going to be working its way eventually on closer to US 68, closer to Bell Fountain. Kenton area is going to see the storm come through, and if this cell holds together, that starts to get into places like Union County, Madison County, Delaware here shortly. In fact, these storms have been moving fairly speedily this evening, pushing in around the 40 mile per hour, 50 mile per hour range at times. In fact, I want to go ahead and put a little bit of a storm track on this cell that's working its way across I-75 at this time. We'll go for about the next 60 minutes, and we'll go from the strongest portion of this cell. It's moving off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. We'll track that again off into portions of the 10 TV viewing area. That's going to be putting it at Jackson Center by 7:34, Stokes at 7:40, Rush Creek at 7:56, and LaRue by 8:11. So these storms are going to be here before you know it this evening, and the likelihood of them continuing to stay severe also fairly good, because they've been severe ever since they started to form in central Indiana earlier this afternoon. As far as that storm that's pushing its way toward Crawford County, I think if you're on the northern edge of Crawford County, that's where the most dangerous part of the storm is going to be. Areas like Bucyrus, not under this particular tornado warning, but areas further to the south are under that, or further to the north, I should say, are under that warning right now. We'll switch back inside the storm here and give you a view of where we think that rotation is strongest, and you can see that up toward the Seneca area right now, north of McCutcheonville. That's where we're seeing where you get those reds and those greens together. Of course, this is easier to see when you're closer to the radar, but you can even still catch that picture here of some rotation up inside the cell. Flip over to a different county here, a different radar over toward Columbus, or Cleveland, I should say, and see if we can get a better view of some of those rotations areas inside the storm. We'll switch over to the Cleveland radar here. Again, you're just far away from radars in this portion of Ohio. Makes it very hard to see in these types of storms. As far as what we're looking at in terms of rotation, again, I would still say Seneca, Eden, McCutcheonville, where the best area of rotation is going to be here this evening.
So, Michael, let's take a look at that particular storm. A great job of getting down to the street level. Again, not a terribly populated area, but we are watching again. And the area you're seeing in the white right now, that's an indication of potential large hail on top of the tornadic threat that's coming with this particular storm. Now, the severe tornado warning, is in effect for about 20 more minutes. And we're going to stay on the air watching that, even though it's just a fringe county. We'll have a quick apology to those that are missing their regular scheduled program. You can make up on that, but if you or anybody you know is in the northern parts of the viewing area, Wyandotte, Crawford County, over toward Richland and Ashland County, those areas are under the threat for strong to severe thunderstorms, including the one right now that is under a tornado warning. So we're looking around Seneca, Eden, McCutcheonville, Bloomville, Texas, and points off toward the east and the southeast. You can see that that warning has just been updated. The back end of that now moving east of Big Spring. You're in the clear, but south and east of that, again, this storm is taking just an ever so slightly right turn, as many of these severe tornadic thunderstorms do, and this is the case right now. We're not seeing prolific lightning with this. We are seeing some very heavy rain, and reports just in from the National Weather Service of this family of storms producing several injuries to the west and Mercer County. So these storms do mean business. Again, tornado warning in effect, northern parts of Wyandotte and Crawford County until 7:45, and the possibility of that rotation moving from Seneca, Eden, down toward Likens, Bloomville, and then the southeastern corner over toward Cranberry in the next 20 to 40 minutes. So a great job of putting a track on that. Maybe just zooming out for a moment to get a little bit of perspective on there. And we'll see, Michael, a couple storms off toward the west. The one around Findlay right now is not yet producing a tornado, but this is a new warning right now, just coming in to the 10 TV Doppler 10 weather team, and that area flashing a red rectangle. What's the latest on that particular warning, Michael?
Yeah, new tornado warning issued here this evening. That includes Shelby, Logan, and Hardin counties as well. My apologies if I mispronounced this. Augalaize County, also under a tornado warning. This is going to be until 8 o'clock tonight. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles south of the Wapakoneta area, moving east at around 40 miles per hour. Baptism by fire here coming into Ohio second full week, and getting all these names I'm not super familiar with yet. But the tornado threat continuing into portions of central Ohio here this evening. We were talking about this storm likely going to carry its way into the 10 TV viewing area as a severe storm, and that's what we're seeing right now. And we've seen video, at least to the Weather Service, of a tornado near St. Mary's, and this is the same system that likely caused those injuries over in Mercer County this evening as well. So this storm going to continue to have threat for severe weather tonight. Let's take a look inside this storm, and we'll show you exactly what we're talking about here. It's just to the south of the Wapakoneta area, where there's very strong signs of rotation. What you're seeing on your screen right in here, where those reds and those greens come together, that is where winds are going both toward and away from the radar. And when those come together, that's when we have the likelihood of a tornado, and that is crossing very close to I-75. It looks to be just north of the Puchetta area. It's going to be heading off toward the Geyer area, Santa Fe, along to the south of US 33, eventually over toward Ohio 65. As far as this storm's speed, it's moving at about 40 miles per hour. So we're going to zoom out just a little bit, and we'll storm track that most concerning portion of the storm off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. That's going to put it in Santa Fe here in 13 minutes, Stokes 20 minutes, Roundhead at 25 minutes from now, MacArthur 31, and over toward Buck by 44 minutes, about an hour from now toward the Byhalia area. All of these storms tonight have really started to pick up oomph, and we're talking about it all throughout the evening tonight, that the risk is going to be where we got in that period of quiet weather after the first round of storms. The atmosphere recovered. We got temperatures back into the 70s. We got dew points that were into the 60s, and now the moisture that's around central Ohio, all of these storms really starting to take advantage of. I'm just going to get rid of the lightning here because of how much clutter it's putting onto the storm, because there's a lot of lightning, frequent lightning, and the possibility for that tornadic development here this evening, as that storm eventually going to be working its way into central Ohio. The dangerous part of the storm right now, not quite in our region, but it's not far off either, Jerry.
Obviously, the area we're watching is a storm moving east at about 40 miles an hour. We've been doing additional dissection of those storms in addition to the threat of a tornado for those areas you've been talking about and tracking out in the next 20 to 40 minutes. Hail up to almost 2 inches in diameter. That also can cause quite a bit of damage and some concern. But clearly the areas we're watching right now, northwest of Columbus and due north of Columbus, Wyandotte and Crawford County, the edges of those counties under a tornado warning for about 14 more minutes. And then we're looking off toward the west, Logan and Hardin County, Roundhead, Stokes, Stokes, Waynesfield, Huntsville, Rush Creek, Taylor Creek. Those counties and those communities right now are where we're most concerned of a potential for a tornado. Now, these storms have a history of confirmed tornadoes on the ground or reaching the ground and causing some damage and a couple of injuries further off toward the west. So in addition to what we're seeing right now in terms of the heavy rain and the lightning, we're also looking at this potential. This area in white right now is showing the opportunity for some large hail embedded within that storm. And it's literally at this moment, the sun is setting. So we're looking at that situation becoming even more dangerous as these storms are coming in as darkness falls. Please keep in mind a couple of very basic, simple rules. If you are listening and watching this evening, you can always download the 10 TV app. It's not a shameless plug. It's actually excellent advice because you don't have to get us on TV or cable. You can stream through the app and get continuous coverage, number one. Number two, get to a safe place. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Go to the lowest level of your building or your home. Stay away from the outside walls and windows. We don't want your pictures or your videos. We want you to make it through the storm safe and intact. Don't forget, use pillows, blankets, and helmets for protections. It may sound kind of silly, but most people are not swept up and carried away by tornadoes. They're injured by flying debris or worse, or falling walls or structures. And again, with seriousness, take your shoes with you, because if you are in a situation where the building you're in is damaged or destroyed, it might be very dangerous to be walking around in your stocking feet. So a couple of things just to keep in mind this evening as we're tracking these tornadoes, a couple very simple pieces of advice. And if you are not under the immediate threat of a tornado, you've got a little time. Take this as an opportunity to get ready and be prepared. Now, Michael, you've been watching the course of the evening, had a little bit of a lull after that earlier round of showers and weaker thunderstorms came through. And we suspected for a while that that might kind of stabilize the atmosphere. But as soon as that line passed, the sun came back out. And as you alluded to earlier, that's provided some fuel for these thunderstorms right now. We've got two separate tornado warnings. The one clipping the northern parts of Wyandotte and Crawford County. The back edge of that tornado warning has been carried away, but still a threat right along the county line. Texas, Likens, and Cranberry and Venice, Bloomville right now under a threat. If I mentioned your communities, or if you know somebody that lives there, family or a friend, get in touch with them now and do those pieces of advice that we just shared. Lowest floor, as many walls, and this is an actually interesting scan. We are seeing some rotation. Now this may look like a lot of noise to you, but where we're seeing the green and the red, the green and the pink, that's basically telling us within the cloud, a few hundred or a few thousand feet up, that we're seeing some rotation. That rotation, that spin in the atmosphere at times, is making its way down toward the ground, and evidence of the power of the thunderstorm. That's also how many of these tornadoes are formed when you get those colors right next to each other. So that's why we're watching with a grave concern for those areas that we just mentioned, from Eden and then off toward the east. If we could take a quick second, maybe just staying on this radar perspective, Michael, to the south and west in that other tornado warning. That area we're watching, that had what we call a couplet as well. This one actually a bit more robust right now. You do see this flashing red. That's an indication that this tornado warning is being updated by the National Weather Service. Wapakoneta, if you're listening, a little bit outside of the viewing area, you're in the clear. Botkins and Puchetta, the same. But Geyer, Santa Fe, traveling over 33. This is right along 33 toward Lima, Russell's Point, Lakeview, Indian Lake, and just north of Jackson Center. Those areas and those counties and communities are in the path of this particular storm. You saw the latest sweep right now, and that couplet, or those different colors, are continuing to move to the east. If anything, Michael, have you noticed the gist of a southward jog here? And that's why maybe some of these tornado warnings or trapezoids are kind of leaning a little bit to the right?
Yeah, over time, these storms are going to work their way to the south. But as far as the motion goes, primarily, they seem to be tracking to the east. But as we work our way deeper into tonight, that's where we'll watch these storms start to duck south further toward Columbus. I put this in motion here now, and you can track that center of rotation. Again, you're watching the spot where the reds and the greens come together more tightly. Over the last hour, forming out toward the Indiana border, working its way into portions of central Ohio, and just maintaining a very strong signature. In fact, at times multiple signatures in there as well. So this system here, certainly not to be underestimated. Very strong system heading in towards central Ohio. Eventually going to be working its way towards Stokes. Jackson Center going to be more south of this particular system. MacArthur, where you would have to be concerned about in some degree as well. I think this is eventually going to pass very close to Russell's Point in Santa Fe. This is a very strong indication indication of rotation in the storm, a likely even possible tornado on the ground. We've been seeing lots of reports come in across NWS Chat, which is a system that we use to speak with the National Weather Service, including what was some view of a tornado earlier this evening as it moved through the St. Mary's area. This is that same storm that's currently under a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning at this time. As far as the track on this system goes, again, it's moving to the east, slightly southeast at around 40 miles per hour. In fact, I got to zoom out just a little bit more to get that storm track fully in view here. This storm going to be working its way into portions of the 10 TV viewing area very shortly toward the Geyer area by 1 minute from now, Gutman 2 minutes from now, Stokes in about the next 13 minutes, Roundhead 20 minutes from now, MacArthur 25 minutes. This system very dangerous. National Weather Service reporting confirmed tornadoes with this system and the other systems that have been pushing into portions of central Ohio. The Agales County storm, National Weather Service saying they're seeing debris in the air with this particular storm as well. So definitely a very dangerous situation as these storms push into central Ohio tonight.
If you can take a track of this particular storm, and that actually showed what you just did minute by minute and the track of that storm. The storm just to the west of that also has a bit of a couplet or rotation as well, even though this one just southeast of St. Mary's is a little bit weaker. But again, these areas right now, the storms are moving east, just south of east at about 40 miles an hour. That's why there's a severe thunderstorm warning there. But again, we're focusing just to the east of that on the stronger couplet. Not to diminish what's happening to the west. Maybe we can just broaden the radar perspective for a moment and give the folks at home that might just be joining us, you might be expecting your regular program. We'll issue a quick apology, then we're going to move on, because if your loved one or if you are in the path of these storms, then you understand why we're doing what we're doing this evening. This is severe weather. We're watching tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're watching the storms all moving into central Ohio as we speak. Now, the one thing that's most concerning is that this line that's moving through doesn't have any neighbors to the south and east. What that simply means is we had that line come through earlier this afternoon, and then we saw the sun come out. Temperatures quickly jumped up to around 70 degrees. You had that moisture in the atmosphere, a little humid for this time of the year, and that is fueling those thunderstorms. And again, noticing, if I'm seeing some of these things correctly, just the huge influx of lightning in some of these storms, an indication of the strengthening or the pulsing of these cells, as they often do. And when they hit their peak at the strongest, oftentimes when they drop a tornado. The other thing, Michael, will draw your attention to are a couple of the cells right now just southeast of Bell Fountain. We actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up in the past couple of minutes that does include parts of Logan County. This is just a southern extension of the tornado warning that is in Hardin and Logan County right now. And again, these cells are all showing signs of some rotation, hail up to 2 inches, damaging winds, extremely heavy rain. And then when some of these particular cells, as they strengthen, we're seeing a lot of lightning as well. The storm up to the north, let's not forget about that right now. We've got several active pockets of weather going on right now. We're looking at it clearing parts of Wyandotte and Crawford counties, still in parts of northern Crawford County, or Wyandotte County, excuse me. That's around Chatfield, just southeast of Tiffin. You're in the clear in Tiffin, and notice they're kind of carving out the areas to the west of that storm that are in the clear. But there's another storm behind that one, which is severe and moving to the east-southeast toward Cary, toward Upper Sandusky. And when you see these polygons flashing, that's an indication, a visual cue to the meteorologists that the National Weather Service is watching these cells as well, and they're updating the warnings in real time. So that's helpful for us so we can issue the areas that are under the greatest threat, but also let people know when they're in the clear, like Bluffton, Ottawa, and Findlay right now. The storm is moving off towards your east. So still about 5 minutes for this particular tornado warning. I would not be at all surprised and probably expecting it, Michael, as that storm moves off toward the east-southeast, that tornado warning is probably going to be continued. And then we're watching the action coming in right now from Logan and Hardin County. That's bearing down, and if it stays intact, much of central Ohio is going to be under the gun.
Yeah, certainly keeping a close eye on these severe storms here this evening. The area of biggest concern with this storm that's impacting parts of Crawford County, remaining just to the north of Crawford County, where we've seen some indications fairly frequently of the possibility for a tornado inside that storm. Again, part of the region that's hard to get a good radar view in is unfortunately where these storms are located. I'm going to see if I can get a slightly better image inside this particular part of the storm. It's again hard to see where that couplet of rotation is, but it's likely very close to Ohio 19 south of Bloomville, north of Lycan. locations really right on the northern border of Crawford County, where the strongest part of that rotation is. This storm going to continue to track off mostly to the east, and they have gone ahead and extended this tornado warning with a new tornado warning here this evening. Latest details on that tornado warning is a tornado warning has been issued for Richland, Huron, Seneca, and Crawford counties until 8:15. The National Weather Service was tracking a radar indicated tornado with the possibility again of producing that tornado near Bloomville, 11 miles southeast of Tiffin, and moving to the east at around 14 miles per hour. So again, kind of that area we've been highlighting pretty continually is where we're seeing that risk at. Again, this one moving off to the east around 45 miles per hour. So this storm moving at quite a good clip. It's going to be in Venice at 10 minutes from now, New Washington 13 minutes from now, Richmond about 18 minutes. That storm eventually going to exit the 10 TV viewing area, but what will be entering the 10 TV viewing area are those storms back out toward the west. And again, what we're looking at right now is inside those storms here this evening. We'll switch back to the National Weather Service radar out of Wilmington. That will give us a better view inside this storm. And this storm looking just as tornadic now as it ever has this evening. Very strong indications of rotations working its way towards Stokes. If you're east of the Geyer area near Santa Fe, you need to be in your safe spot right now north of Ohio 720 and approaching US 33. These are areas to be very concerned with this storm right now. Very dangerous looking storm on radar. I want to switch over and see if we see any what you could call debris potential in there. And again, we're a little bit further away from the radar, but I think we do see the possibility for some, what this sort of does is detect when things that are not rain or hail are in the atmosphere inside that area north of Santa Fe, what you might call a little bit of a debris ball there, where again, this tornado has been confirmed and continues to show signs of being very dangerous storm tonight, Jerry.
So, Michael, that's excellent explanation of what that is, and that's exactly what the case is. So things that are not raindrops or spherical in nature or ice crystals, it just picks up the difference. And there's a lot of noise on this, but basically this is what we're looking at right now, an indication that the rotation from the clouds in that tornadic storm has reached the ground, and it's picking things up and then throwing them out from the particular storm. So if we can go back to the regular radar view for a moment and then put a track on that particular storm, and there we go, maybe lose the lightning too. There's a lot of lightning out there, and that's always a threat with thunderstorms, but we're really focusing on the center of that particular storm as it drops southeast at about 40 miles an hour. So we're looking at areas in the next couple of minutes: Stokes 5 minutes, O'Connor Point, Bell Center, Rush Creek in 29 minutes, Ridgeway, West Mansfield in 42 minutes, and LaRue in a little less than an hour. Now, these are some counties and communities that are outside of the warning technically, but if you're listening and hearing and seeing your name there, this is an opportunity for you to make a couple of very easy and simple preparations to be ready if these storms have a consistent tendency to maintain their strength and move toward your location. Now, I want to be really clear. Even though we're looking at the area shaded in the orange around Bellefontaine, West Liberty, and off towards Sydney and Dinsmore, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. Even though it's not particularly tornadic, it still is a severe threat. We're talking about extremely large hail, gusty winds, frequent lightning, and some extremely heavy winds. The area shaded in the red, that's where we're seeing those tornado warnings, and that's the greatest threat. So we want to make sure that we clearly try and explain what different colors mean, but everybody that's in these particular areas, in Logan and Hardin County, we're going to about to cross over 68, Bellefontaine, Rush Creek, and Kenton. That's the northern and southern extent of that, maybe including West Liberty, as these storms have had a history of just dropping slightly south of east as the storm moves in. You can see the National Weather Service now is updating the back end of that storm. I wouldn't say it's going to be perfectly fine, but Wapakoneta and Dinsmore points off toward the west. If not already, you will soon be seeing improvement from this particular storm. If we can take a quick second and go up toward the north around Wyandotte County and Crawford County, as expected, this particular tornado warning has been extended. So we're looking at the northern parts of Crawford County right now, Likens and Cranberry, although it looks like the worst of this right now is around Venice and Willard. This is right along Route 224, and this storm moving off toward the east. So yes, technically, this is just on the northern edge of the 10 TV TV viewing area, but the counties just to the south of that are certainly included in this particular warning, and that's why we're watching the situation very closely. So you see the radar scans right now, the heaviest, the real meat of this particular storm just south and west of Venice. If we can put a track on that, Michael, moving that out please for about 40 miles an hour. That will show some of the counties and communities soon to be in Richland and Ashland County very soon. Richmond 11 minutes, New Haven 18 minutes, Greenwich at 31 minutes, New London 41 minutes, and around Ashland and 49 minutes, Wellington just short of an hour's time. And like the previous warning, areas that are extending beyond that currently are not in the warning, but this is an opportunity for you to take a couple of minutes and make some preparations. And it's easy to look around. Sun is setting. It's going to be dark. This is not a situation where we are calling out for your pictures and videos. Quite the opposite. We want you to get inside, stay inside. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. Go to the lowest floor you possibly can. And again, hunker down. Pillows, helmets, shoes, all good things to take with you, and your mobile phone. You might have a few minutes to get a little extra charge on that phone. Do that now. And if you haven't already downloaded the 10 TV app, it is an excellent way or if you're not able to watch us on cable or antenna, to get the stream on the mobile app so you can stay informed and up to the minute information, Michael.
And these storms show no sign of a weakening here this evening. In fact, quite the opposite. They continue to strengthen as they push in towards central Ohio, and it's likely beginning of what's going to be quite a long night here, tracking severe weather across the region. We've seen those tornado warnings come together across the region, including what looks to be a new tornado warning now coming in across portions of, looks like near Kirby, Finlay as well, to the south of there, also now under a tornado warning. Just one of several storms now actively under tornado warnings. Does stretch down into portions of, looks like, Marion County there, extreme northern Marion County, seeing that tornado warning as well with this particular part of the storm. This was a storm we were tracking for its severe potential earlier. Haven't really talked about it in a tornadic context yet, but the way these storms are rotating this evening, I would expect to see many more tornadic warnings come together as we work our way through the next several hours, and the risk for severe weather going to continue for the next several hours. So we're going to be seeing quite a bit of each other here this evening. I want to go ahead and pop inside those storms again and see what we can see in terms of the radar layers here in central Ohio. Again, far away from some of those radar sites makes it a little bit hard to see what we're looking at inside of those storms. Let me go ahead and find the latest tornado warning information for that particular storm. The storm that is working its way in toward portions of Hancock, Marion, and Wyandotte counties. Tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado. That's going to go until 8:30 tonight. Inside that storm, again, hard to see much in the way of rotation, at least from the Wilmington radar. I'll switch over to the Cleveland radar and see if that gives a little bit better indication. Not so much. So again, this is a radar indicated threat, but we have seen several confirmed tornadoes here this evening already, including some that are working their way in toward portions of central Ohio. Again, not really going to get a good view inside this particular cell, but you need to be using your weather safety precautions, going to that safe spot of your home. If you are in the upper Sandusky area or down toward Morrell, that's where you need to be taking shelter right now. As far as that storm up toward Crawford County, as it gets closer and closer to Cleveland, we continue to see a better and better picture of that rotation. The most dangerous part of the storm remains just north of Crawford County, moving right near the Carruthers area right now, south of Venice, where we're seeing some of those heavier storms come through and the possibility for rotation. I want to track that particular part of the cell off to the east. This is eventually going to exit the 10 TV viewing area here in the next, I would say, 15-20 minutes. It's going to be in Richmond at 12 minutes from now, Willard at 16 minutes from now, and Plymouth 20 minutes from now. The more dangerous storm that's going to be heading into central Ohio is over toward the Bell Fountain area, continuing to show strong signs of rotation with that particular cell. We'll switch over to the radar that's a little bit closer, the Wilmington, Ohio radar. And again, you can see that strong area of rotation. Typically, this requires a little bit more art to explain. This one, not so much. Right here, where those reds and those greens come together, very obvious signs of rotation in that storm, and remains a very dangerous storm here this evening.
On that if we could, because that is certainly catching both of our attention for obvious reasons. And you see, just as I mentioned, that the tornado warning has been extended over toward parts of Union County. That includes areas around Richwood and just north of Marysville. And I'm telling you right now, we're going to be on ongoing coverage for quite a while this evening as the tornadic threat continues. This particular cell has been showing rotation. Rush Creek in 15 minutes, MacArthur in 8 minutes. It's bearing down right now, literally as we speak, on areas in and around very close to Lakeview, Russell's Point, Huntsville, and then over toward Bell Fountain and Zanesfield and Valley High. That's near Mad River Mountain Ski Area for some perspective. Over near Paris, Magnetic Springs, Radnor, and Jerome Township within an hour. And again, even though those outermost areas that I mentioned are beyond the tornado warning, these storms have a history of producing tornadoes that have made it to the ground, produced some damage. We've seen some debris, and that's why we're letting you know that you need to seek shelter now and have a plan in place. If you don't, you've got a few minutes time. If we can go a little closer to street level on this particular cell right now. I know it's a little bit of a rural area in the northwestern parts of Logan County, but this area right now we're looking around Russell's Point, around MacArthur, over toward Bell Center, O'Connor's Point, right around the Indian Lake area, and that right down 33. So these storms again are moving ever so slightly south of east at about 35 to 45 miles an hour, and this is about as strong as a couplet, or you see those colors next to each other, that we've seen all evening. So we've got currently 3 tornado warnings, and I'm probably going to see more this evening, maybe even 4 when we count this latest one. One off toward the north that includes areas southeast of Findlay, northern parts of Marion County, and that area in and around Wyandotte County, Crawford County, and over toward Richland and Ashland County. And we're really focusing again on the storm that is moving to the south and east from Bell Fountain right down 33. Also want to call your attention to a couple other cells just for a moment around Delaware and Marysville. Those seem to be taking a slightly northward jog. Now, not to be dismissive of the tornado warnings to the north, we'll get to those in just a second, but these areas right now southeast of Marysville, Dublin, Powell, Delaware, Ashley, Sunbury, and Galena, Westerville, you're not under the threat of severe weather at this moment. But these storms have a history of producing successive severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. And if that trajectory continues, and we have every reason to believe that it could, that those areas I just mentioned that are currently getting some garden variety showers and storms could be under the threat for severe weather or tornadoes. So a broader perspective, again, just bringing it in to show you those areas that we're seeing several different tornado warnings at the same time. That's what we're seeing right now to the north around Wyandotte, Crawford, and Marion County, to the northwest now including Union County, getting closer to the Columbus metro area. And that storm does not show a sign of weakening. In fact, Michael, as you mentioned just a moment ago, as it's coming a little more into focus and it doesn't have any near neighbors around that, it's doing a really excellent job of being able to show us some of that rotation in the storm. That allows us to kind of get inside of the storm and allow us to be a little more specific in particular about where we're seeing those warnings and who is under the threat. So literally right along and north of Route 33, those counties from Russell's Point down toward Bell Fountain all the way down toward Marysville, that's under the most recent threat and is heading towards some very populated areas in central Ohio. And that is a grave concern, especially just northwest of Columbus.
Yeah, those storms heading, again, like you said, northwest of Columbus. I'll put this in motion over about the past hour here, and you can see these storms really starting to race into portions of central Ohio, bringing with them the damaging winds, the hail potential, and unfortunately that tornadic potential here this evening as well. We're going to continue to watch these storms carefully as they work their way closer and closer to the Columbus metro. Remember, we're under a tornado watch for several hours here this evening. It's going to be a little while before those storms start to push out of central Ohio. As far as that tornado watch goes, that covers a large portion of the region as well. Tornado watch including the city of Columbus, all the counties in yellow until midnight tonight. And unfortunately, we've seen these storms turn tornadic in short order here tonight as well. The severe potential going to be with us for the next several hours as this line of storms stretches all the way back through Indianapolis, even into Illinois. This all has to eventually work its way off to the east, and it's producing severe weather from Cleveland really all the way down even into Texas. So this is a long line of severe storms that is not going to be coming to an end anytime soon, and something that we'll have to continue to track here tonight as these storms work their way through central Ohio. Let's go and take a tour back through the tornadic storms that we have in place right now. Again, up toward Crawford County. We've been watching that storm really just scoot right north of the Crawford County border. Thankfully, most of the threat for that has stayed out of Crawford County, but you remain under a tornado warning up toward the Cranberry area north of Tyro and heading toward Willard. Again, apologies if I do mispronounce some of these towns. Again, just coming to central Ohio and getting to deal with some of these storms here just in the second week. But I'll do my best, and of course, if you got a pronunciation for me, I will work to fix that later. As far as what we're looking at in terms of inside this particular storm, we continue to see rotation potential. I got to switch over to the Cleveland radar to get the best view inside this particular storm. That radar over in Cleveland showing what we're looking at inside this particular storm there. Very strong signs of rotation that are going to be just north of the Crawford County border. That's where we're seeing those reds and those greens come together just off to the east of the Carruthers area, east of Ohio 4. This is going to be working its way to the north of Burgundy Road, heading north out of Crawford County. Something to watch very carefully. If you're in Cranberry, if you want to head to the north, wait just a little bit. This storm going to be passing through as we speak. Working our way back to that storm that was briefly including portions of Marion County. Still looks like it may include just a sliver of Marion County, but this is more up toward the Wyandotte County area, Upper Sandusky, Crawford, the Marseilles area under a tornado warning at this time. Again, this particular storm, radar indicated tornado. I'm not seeing much, at least on the Cleveland radar, to indicate tornadic rotation in this storm. I'll switch over to the Wilmington radar. And again, just not in a good spot to see inside these storms. We'll flip around to a couple other radars, northern Indiana. Nothing that screams tornado to me with this particular cell. This was a radar indicated threat, and we'll switch to Detroit. One more radar just to see. Again, this particular storm, nothing screaming at me that says radar or it says tornado. We look down toward the storm that's working its way through Logan County, eventually heading its way off toward Union County. That's a completely different case. Even here on the Detroit radar, we are seeing signs inside this storm of rotation, severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in place, and still very strong sign of a tornado. Again, this one was confirmed when it was issued, those warnings out there. This is going to be working its way very close right now to Ohio 117 north of US 33 MacArthur. It's going to be heading toward Rush Creek over toward US 270 or Ohio 274 and US 68 here in short order. I want to look inside the storm again. That thing we showed you once here this evening, that what we call debris potential inside that storm. We'll switch over to that. Not as strong as this looked on the last return, but you can still definitely see what you would call kind of a weakening in the signature in this area north of US 33. With this looking less concerning now, it's possible that that storm had lifted. I'll stretch this back just a little bit over time, and you can see right there south of Stokes, that same feature in the storm where we got those whites on the radar. That was a very strong indication of debris in the atmosphere. As we move on with time and that gets weaker, there's likely still leaves, twigs, stuff like that in the atmosphere, but with it not being as concentrated, not as circular, not as ball-shaped, for lack of a better word, it's likely that this may have lifted. But with the amount of rotation we're seeing in the storm north of MacArthur, again heading toward Ohio 117, this is still a very dangerous storm, and a storm that could drop a new tornado at any moment.
Michael, we've gotten a couple of updates for you. A couple of the tornado warnings, at least the one west of Russell's Point, Logan County, that western edge has been taken down. But that eastern edge still is a major concern as it travels through Zanesfield, Bellefontaine, West Mansfield, Richwood, Magnetic Springs, and Marysville. those areas are under the threat of the gun, so under the threat, of being some significant weather. And as Michael was saying, where we're seeing these two different colors together, that's where we're seeing that rotation. And most recent scan, which happens every minute or two, did not show any debris being lofted, but these storms, as we talked about earlier, have a history of pulsing. They don't maintain a high level of strength the entire time. They will weaken a bit and strengthen, weaken and strengthen. And as they strengthen, that's when the most likely opportunity is for that rotating storm to make its way down to the ground. And that's when we see those confirmed tornadoes, which this particular cell has a history of in northwestern Logan County, which is why we're paying most particular attention here. If we can zoom out for a second just to give some perspective and talk about the other two tornado warnings. Now, the one, as you mentioned earlier, in northern parts of the viewing area, that is in and around Wyandotte County, just cutting off the line in Crawford County. If that does continue to weaken, then we're going to leave that particular cell alone for the moment. This cell also to the north, just clipping parts of Crawford County and then eastern parts of Richland County. Again, once that passes off toward the east, we're going to leave that to our friends at WKYC in Cleveland to take care of. Then we're focusing our attention on this particular storm and then a newest tornado warning now just crossing over from Indiana into Ohio. Just a testament to the strength these storms have and the fuel that they have after that mid-afternoon round came through. Sunshine came back out, temperatures back into the 60s and 70s, and plenty of humidity back into place. So we've been watching and tracking these, Michael, doing a great job all afternoon and keeping everybody up to date. One thing I want to leave you with before we toss it back to Michael is any one of these areas we talked about and mentioned, those are under the immediate threat. Crawford and Wyandotte County, northern Richland County, Union County, west toward Logan County, those areas are under the immediate threat. If I mentioned your county or your town, seek shelter immediately. If you are downstream of those, including Delaware, including Marysville, including areas in northern parts of Franklin County, northern parts of Marion County, Morrow County, Knox County, this is your opportunity, while we are interrupting your regular program, that you have an opportunity to take a few minutes and put your plan in action. And that should be know where you're going to go. Lowest floor possible. Basement is preferred. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. Take your pets, take your phone chargers, take your shoes and your helmets with you, pillows or blankets. Go to the lowest floor. You can always catch us, the latest streaming news and weather updates on the 10 TV mobile app. So you don't have to stay connected to your TV or by antenna. You can take us to your basement safely on the app and get up to the minute coverage, which would be really critical. So keep that in mind right now. Get those things together and have a plan, because I don't think we're done with the severe weather threat, Michael, anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely not done with the severe weather threat. The other concern we've had with these storms this evening is not just the fact that they are producing tornado warnings, the fact that so many of these tornadoes end up being confirmed by the National Weather Service. We've been talking about the storm that's working its way in toward portions of Logan County, Union County, that has had a confirmation with it over the past. And now looking at the storm that we've been tracking up toward Crawford County, the National Weather Service in Cleveland also confirming that tornado near the Carruthers area. As far as that particular part of the storm goes, thankfully it stayed just north of Crawford County, but anyone north of there, very dangerous storm that is pushing its way in out of the 10 TV viewing area, but just south of Willard and over towards Shelby. That's where we are seeing that particular portion of the storm bring the potential for debris there as well up in the atmosphere. I think we're looking here, the Cleveland radar, you can see some of that weakening up there a little bit further away, but southeast of Venice toward Willard, where we've seen the National Weather Service confirming a tornado that was coming through the Carruthers area. And we've seen several times here tonight the rotation potential with this storm as well. This view here, I believe, coming from the Wilmington radar, likely displacing that rotation just a little bit further to the east. But this particular area continues to remain dangerous and now looks to just be dropping a little bit into Crawford County, north of Auburn Center, heading toward Gardner right now. Very strong sign of rotation, going to be working its way south of New Pittsburgh as well. North Auburn, all areas to seek shelter right now. If you are in the Baker Road area in Gardner, you need to be seeking shelter. If you're on Ohio 2 358 or 598. I'm sorry there. This storm is heading its way toward you. Again, just one of several rotating thunderstorms here this evening. Portions of Wyandotte County remain under a tornado warning as well. This particular storm, I've never seen anything alarming to me, at least to the level of the other storms. Not to say that you should take this one lightly, because you shouldn't. Here this evening, that strong storm pushing its way through Upper Sandusky toward Crawford, looking to be a little less organized than some of the previous rounds of storms. So this storm here presenting a danger, but a lower danger than some of the other storms that we're watching. The stronger storm remains out toward portions of Logan County, Union County, where we were watching areas toward Bell Fountain, Rush Creek, now traveling pretty much right along with US 33, where we're seeing the concerns with the strongest area of the storm right now really heading toward Rush Creek, over toward north of Harper, northeast of MacArthur, where we're seeing again that same strong sign of rotation. Those indicators right in here where those reds and those greens come together on your screen, that we've really seen through most of the evening, that if the storm is not currently producing a tornado, it could in very short order. In fact, we'll switch back over inside the storm here to see if we see that debris signature. Doesn't look like it right now. That's good news. That's not to say that the storm is not currently producing a tornado, but if it is producing something, it would likely be weaker than what we saw off toward the west a little bit earlier in the evening. Jerry?
So let's take a quick track of that, Michael. And I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of the not dismissive of the other warnings to the north. But this from the National Weather Service, that the Logan County tornado, per the radars, moving eastward just a couple miles north of Huntsville. And this area right now where we saw that couplet, and this is not the regular radar scan that we show you, but it just enables us to pinpoint and start this storm track at a more particular location and then draw that out, moving at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Rush Creek, West Mansfield, Broadway, Richwood, the next 3 to 30 minutes. Magnetic Springs, Prospect, Radnor, Delaware, Ashley, and Cardington. These are locations in Union County. These locations currently, some of them are outside of the tornado warning, but this tornado warned storm has been just that for the past hour or so. So we have every reason to believe that that's going to continue, as there's not any real disruption to its south. And that means that those areas that we just mentioned further to the east, about 40 to 60 minutes out, Radnor, Delaware, Ashley, and Cardington, those locations, you have a little bit of a window or an opportunity, again, not to relax. This is your chance to put your plan into motion. If you don't have a plan, you've got a few minutes to take a breath and make one. And it's not complicated. We'll say it over and over again just to remind those that are joining us in progress. We are interrupting your regular program for good reason. Severe weather threat, severe storms are breaking out all over northern and western and central Ohio right now. This has been going on just before 7 o'clock and is going on now an hour later, and will go on at least another 30 to 60 minutes, we feel. And as long as that happens, the 10 TV Doppler team is going to keep you updated and stay on point. And again, we're looking at these areas that have the opportunity to put as many walls between you and that side as possible. If you don't have a basement, an interior room, a bathroom, something that has as many walls between you and the outside. Take with you your pets, your phone chargers, and other things that you might need in case of emergency, and even shoes. Might sound silly, but if your structure you're in is damaged or destroyed, you're not going to fare well walking around in the dark in bare or stocking feet. So take shoes with you, and don't forget to download the 10 TV app. If you're watching us right now over the air or on cable or a satellite dish, if you have to go to your basement or get away from the television, that mobile app is an excellent way to stay connected. We stream our news on the app. It's the same experience, and that will keep you up to date. We have noticed that the western edge of that in parts of Logan County, that's been carved away, still extending into central and northwestern parts of Union County. Richwood over near Magnetic Springs, just northwest of Marysville, and this southern edge literally right along State Route 33, well-traveled route, and eventually, if that continues, that leads right into Dublin and Plain City. And further off toward the northern extent of that goes through Delaware and southern parts of Marion County. So there are other tornado warnings to the north, but this storm cell has shown persistent rotation, has a history of putting a tornado on the ground and producing some damage and some injuries further off toward the western Mercer County just a little more than an hour ago. Michael?
Jerry, and speaking of damage, unfortunately, getting some very concerning reports from that storm that has been passing right along the northern side of Crawford County. National Weather Service office out of Cleveland now referring to this as a potentially at times half-mile wide tornado. Widespread damage reported with this particular part of the storm. This is leaving the 10 TV viewing area, but that area right north along northern Crawford County, where some of these storms have reported potential widespread damage according to law enforcement in that area, and National Weather Service already suggesting potentially as strong as an EF2, EF3 tornado. So that area up to the north, if you know anybody that's in northern Crawford County or southern portions of Huron County, Seneca County, that's where this storm has been at its strongest and continues to show rotation as it pushes out of Crawford County over toward Richland County, heading toward Cass right now, Plymouth right now. If you are in Plymouth, if you're east of Plymouth, this is getting in toward more of the Cleveland market. If you know anybody in this region, tell them to seek shelter now, because this storm has a history of very widespread damage, and again, potentially at times a half-mile wide tornado, according to what the National Weather Service office out of Cleveland was saying. Nothing tight in that debris signature right now, but a very broad area of debris signature. That's going to be a dangerous storm continuing out of the 10 TV viewing area, but we still have our own storms to contend with here this evening, including that one pushing through Logan County, heading toward Union County, still continuing to show strong signs of rotation. Jerry.
Michael, just have a report in a tornado on the ground by a spotter that is just north of near Rushsylvania, Ohio, Logan County. And again, Logan County, not technically in our viewing area, but we're covering that because it's a near neighbor, and that tornado warning extends into Union County. Again, a confirmed tornado on the ground near Rushsylvania that has moved east of Russell's Point in Huntsville, that is moving toward West Mansfield and areas in and around Union County. So the threat from this particular storm has not diminished over the past 30 minutes. In fact, as it's gotten closer to central Ohio, it has maintained its integrity, maintained intact. What we're looking at right now is not the normal radar scan that we show you 7 days a week. This particular scan allows the meteorologist to pinpoint exactly where that rotation is occurring, and that circulation from the larger thunderstorm is actually making it down to the ground. Now, earlier we had seen some bona fide reports of some debris, and then when the radar scan showed the debris in the air, we hadn't seen that in the last scan, but I suspect, Michael, if this continues, that we're going to see that. So if we could put a new track on that, no debris right there, but again, we're going to look at it. It comes in about every minute or 2 minutes. If we can put a new track on that based on the center of that location and then drop that southeast at about 40 miles an hour, probably some similar names we talked about in the past couple of minutes, but West Mansfield, New York Center, Broadway, 9, 16, and 21 minutes. Richwood, 28 minutes. Magnetic Springs, now we're getting into Union County. Magnetic Springs, Radnor, Delaware, Powell, 55 minutes, and Orange Township in the central and eastern parts of Delaware County. Those locations are beyond their current tornado warning. But keep in mind that this storm has had tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning, has a history of maintaining its strength, which is very unusual, and also has been moving just south of east over that time period. So if that gradual curve continues, that's why these tornado warnings are not just straight rectangles, that they're expanding a little bit on the southern edge. And that's concerning because that drops it into or near the Columbus metro area, including parts of Union and possibly Delaware County in the very near future. So we're watching that very closely. That particular storm is the most concerning to us, but also seeing and hearing reports of that storm that just crossed by parts of northern Wyandotte and Crawford County, heading over toward northern parts of Richland County. There's pictures coming in of about egg or baseball size hail from that particular storm. So even if you're not under the immediate threat of a tornado, these tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings all carry the threat of some extremely large damaging hail, some frequent lightning, some very heavy rain, and of course possibly damaging winds outside of that tornadic threat. But we're highlighting and staying on this particular storm for the moment to let you know what we're seeing right now. This is traffic camera, Marysville right now. Which direction is this looking? 33, and 36. That's northwest of Marysville, I believe. And that's showing traffic moving smoothly. A little bit of lightning coming back in as this points off toward the northwest. We're looking at the opportunity again for this storms to come in after night has fallen. A particularly dangerous situation. And I want to emphasize again, as much as we want to stay connected to our audience and we appreciate when you send us pictures in, this is not the time to do that, especially at night. Stay inside, keep you and your family safe. Do not go outside and take pictures or videos. That's not at all what we want. We want to be able to communicate to you as quickly and as efficiently as possible under the areas of immediate threat. Now, we know that these threats right now don't apply to everybody everywhere, and we're interrupting your regular programming. We'll issue a quick apology for that, but know that if you've got friends and neighbors that are under this particular threat, or if you are in eastern Logan County or parts of Union County, then hopefully you're able to take what we're telling you right now and make some good decisions to keep you and your family safe. Michael?
Yeah, and unfortunately, this night, like we've been saying so many times here, just getting started across central Ohio because more tornadic-warned storms are coming out of Indiana, and those storms having a history of producing tornadoes this evening. I'll take a bigger view here on the radar and show you that new tornado warning coming into the state of Ohio, Drake County, under a tornado warning heading toward Greenville. That tornado, according to the National Weather Service, reportedly producing a tornado in Randolph County, Indiana, that was on the ground. They are referring to this as a considerable threat, danger threat heading into portions of Ohio. That's going to be heading eventually through I-75 toward US 68, and that carries it in to the 10 TV viewing area probably in about the next hour and a half or so before that storm gets here. Again, you can see on the radar there over the border in Indiana, the same thing we've been watching here in central Ohio. Those reds and those greens coming together, very strong signs of rotation here this evening, and that continues to be the case at the storm in Logan County heading toward Union County now. They continue to update that particular tornado warning there and keeping that threat in place. The latest word from the National Weather Service, tornado warning remains in place till 8:30 tonight for Logan County and portions of Union County. That storm capable of producing a tornado near West Mansfield and now picking up speed, moving to the east at around 55 miles per hour. We'll put the storm track on that particular part of the storm. Again, tracking to the east now, 55 miles per hour as that storm starts to ramp up speed. That has it in West Mansfield here in about 5 minutes. Broadway, 14 minutes from now. Richwood, 19 minutes. Randor, 28 minutes, and about a half hour to Delaware, eventually moving just to the north of the city of Columbus. So this is heading in, like you've been saying, Jerry, toward a very much more populated area than some of our outlying counties, and it continues to show just dramatic signs of rotation there. I'd say, Jerry, I'm not even really sure I've seen that particular blue color pop up very often inside what we call a couplet, where the area of rotation is most likely now very bright blue next to the green heading in toward West Mansfield. I don't think that's an artifact, Jerry. I'm not sure what your analysis of that would be. I think that's actually just a strong sign of incredibly intense rotation crossing along Ohio 47 just to the east of Ohio 292.
Michael, you're exactly right. And latest information from the National Weather Service is showing that the rotation around there is about 81 knots. That's about 90 miles an hour. And that is certainly unusual to see that. At the latest scan, it was not quite reaching the ground and showing the debris, but there was earlier reports in a history of tornadoes being reported for Logan County with 1.5-inch hail, and that tornado warning again for Darke County further off to the west. A quick note that we are continuing coverage with a tornado warning in our 10 TV viewing area. Yes, I know many of you are not happy with us, but we're going to have to do this to continue to keep the people under the threat of this particular storm safe, because it is a particularly dangerous situation in moving into Union County right now with confirmed tornadoes. And these storms have a history of, again, producing damage in the path and injuries and some substantial hail, golf ball size or greater. So you have an opportunity right now if you are in eastern Union County, western Delaware County, perhaps even northern and northwestern parts of Franklin County, as these storms have been dropping just south of east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And Michael, you just mentioned that these storms seem to be moving a little bit faster. That will only add to the potential damage as a tornado. Even a weak tornado, if it's moving in a storm of 40 or 50 miles an hour, that wind is cumulative. So even a weak tornado will produce some significant damage over a period of time. So we're watching the tornado warnings to the north. They are now of moving out of the 10 TV viewing area. Richland and Ashland County, we are going to continue to monitor those if they drop south and east, but at this time, they're a responsibility of Cleveland and our friends at WKYC. Further off toward the south, we're seeing some thunderstorms in Delaware County, lifting off toward the northeast, Marlborough County, Knox County, and Licking County. But the main focus, again, these are sub-severe storms. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen in the next 30 minutes. Either these storms are going to move out and allow this storm and its current strength to move in, or these storms will have disrupted the environment enough that the apparent thunderstorm to the west will weaken as it drops closer to the metro area around Delaware and Marysville. Time will tell. Next 20 or 30 minutes, very critical. But let's go back to this particular storm. I don't think we can really say this enough, Michael, that this storm is something that we haven't seen in a while right now. The particular rotation, the strength of the storm, and we call this a couplet, where we get these different colors right next to each other. Again, not your normal radar scan, but what it allows us to do where we see this, we're seeing the winds going away from the radar and the winds going toward the radar. And that difference is about 90 miles an hour inside the thunderstorm. And as that rotation continues, kind of like an ice skater, as the rotation gets smaller and tighter, that has an opportunity to accelerate. And if it reaches the ground, that's when we have a tornado. So this is why this is very concerning to us that we're seeing this side-by-side color difference, that couplet, and a strong indication of a rotating thunderstorm that has a history of producing a tornado, and that's dropping southeast and accelerating, as you mentioned, Michael, at about almost 50 miles an hour. So if we can put a quick track on that, I'll hand it back over to you for a latest analysis. But it looks like, again, this storm crossing into Union County, and I would not be at all surprised if current history is an indicator that that tornado warning will be extended southeast in Union County, Delaware County, and southern parts of Marion County. So right at West Mansfield right now, if I'm listing your name or any town near one of these, you take shelter immediately and have your plan in place. Broadway, Leesburg, Radnor, Delaware. These are moving into Delaware County, Powell, Orange Township, Westerville, New Albany, and then Johnstown. Again, the eastern extent of these counties, these towns that we mentioned, they are outside of the current warning. But we're anticipating at the very least that this severe thunderstorm and currently tornadic thunderstorm will follow a similar track, and that's why we're extending this and just giving you fair warning right now to be on guard, and that's why we're watching this particular cell so closely.
Yeah, indeed. These storms picking up energy as they push through central Ohio this evening, continuing to bring with them the risk for tornadic development and the risk for some very nasty weather as we head through this evening. The signs of rotation with this storm that's heading into Union County remain very strong at this hour. That storm going to be heading just south of Ohio 47 and into portions of Union County, moving its way out of North Greenfield, really between East Liberty Road and 47, where the strongest part of the storm going to travel through. This is going to be taking it likely close to Broadway in Union County, likely close down here where we have the intersection of 347 and 347 and 739, where we're going to see that storm come through along Broadway as well, working its way into Union County this evening. That storm continues to show signs of rotation, much like it has through most of the evening tonight. As far as the potential for debris, not seeing it in the storm at the moment. Let me make sure we are on the right radar. We are on the Wilmington radar. So not seeing the strong signs of debris that we saw earlier. So whether or not the storm throwing much into the air to be debated, but what's not to be debated is the danger that comes with this storm. The rotation potential with this storm remains very high at this time. And really, if it's not producing a tornado right now, it could be producing a tornado at just about a moment's notice. This is not something where you want to take your chances and say, you know what, I think I'm in the clear. If you are under the warning, you need to heed it seriously. And as we were expecting, they have now issued a new tornado warning out in front of this particular part of the storm. New tornado warning, northeastern Logan County, northwestern Delaware County, and northern Union County until 9 o'clock tonight. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near West Mansfield, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. So that falls in line with what we were telling you. The fact that we're not seeing the debris in the air, not a confirmed tornado, but the amount of rotation in this storm is just not what is typical in this part of the country. We're talking more Great Plains, Texas types of storms that would produce this kind of rotation. So if that much in the atmosphere, that much concern around the rotating part of this thunderstorm, it's no surprise that those warnings continue now all the way east to the city of Delaware from where that storm is located most broadly. As far as the rotation potential here, I'm going to track the entire rotating part of this thunderstorm off to the east-southeast around 40 miles per hour. That gets it into Broadway around 8:34 tonight, in Leesburg at 8:42, Sandy Hill 8:56, Delaware at 9:02. That would be near the end of this particular warning, but the threat would likely continue. We've seen no sign of these storms slowing down here this evening, and as this storm crosses into Union County right now, the threat remains. If you're in Broadway, Summersville, you need to be taking shelter right now. The ODOT camera in Marysville there, definitely shaking in the wind, showing frequent lightning with these storms as well. In fact, there's been so much lightning we really haven't even shown it to you this evening because it just covers up the rest of the radar. We'll put the lightning tracker back on here and you can see all the lightning associated with this storm. Lightning in some regards an analog for strength of the thunderstorm, and we haven't seen this really drop at any point in time. In fact, lightning strikes there looks to be around almost 200 there between the negative and the positive strikes. The difference there being really the strength of the strike, but lots of frequent lightning remains with this thunderstorm this evening, and the threat definitely continues as well.
Michael, excellent. Extending that tornado warning and covering those areas and towns and communities. We just mentioned moments ago the National Weather Service very busy this evening, and we're covered by several different offices, but mainly leaning on the National Weather Service office in Wilmington for both the radar data and also the issuance of these warnings. And as expected, we've seen that circulation in the storm. This particular tornado warning is extending now. That does include Delaware, just parts of Delaware and west central parts of Delaware County. We're looking at areas around Ostrander. We're looking at areas southwest around Plain City, just north of Dublin. Those areas at the moment are not under the tornado warning, but as we've been talking about, and that's why these outlines, these red outlines in the core of the tornado warnings are not perfect rectangles, but they are leaning a little bit to the right. That's because these storms are moving just south of east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And one thing we mentioned is the prolific lightning. Other storms have had a history of ebbing and flowing, strengthening and weakening, and when the storms reach their peak strength, oftentimes is when we see that rotation reach the ground and other signals indicating a tornado. That was the case earlier around Russell's Point and around Lakeview and around Huntsville. That is not the case at the moment, but this storm is still particularly severe and also has a history of producing some extremely large hail of golf ball size, around 1.5 inches or greater, and it's heading toward parts of the metro, meaning Union County, Delaware County, and parts of Morrow County, possibly clipping northern parts of Franklin County. But at the moment, we're seeing just some garden variety thunderstorms that are sub-severe, disruptive, but sub-severe. So, Michael, if we could take the lightning off of this for a second, and then we're going to track this storm back out again. I think you had said it's about 40 miles an hour now, slowing down just a little bit. And that does bode well for areas north of Marion and Bucyrus, south and east of Marysville. You seem okay, but these areas, Leesburg, Radnor, Delaware, Sunbury, and Centerburg, as that storm has been extending to the east and doing so very quickly, those locations we really are concerned about, even though they're currently beyond the tornado warning at this moment. It is the parts of the Delaware County and stretching over into Knox and Licking County, Sunbury, for example, that should be taking this time to make your plan. If you don't have a plan, make it. If you do, put it into action. Know where you're going to go. Know what you're going to do with your pets. You got a cell phone, a few minutes to charge that. You've got a battery pack, take that with you. Because if you're not able to stay connected through TV, whether it's satellite, whether it's dish, whether it's cable, or whether it's over the air, you can't stay connected through your mobile app. So download the 10 TV app and then take shelter and do so quickly. Very simple to remember. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You have a basement, that's the safest place. An interior room on the first floor is second best. Take your helmets, take your pillows, take your pets, and take your family with you. And even if you're not in one of the areas that we just mentioned under the threat of this particular storm, then we do ask you, if you know people that are in the path of that storm, maybe an elderly person, a loved one, a family, or a friend, let them know. They might not be watching, they might not be connected, that the severity of this storm is real and it is heading their way.
Yeah, and these storms, again, I just want to emphasize the fact that so much of times when you talk about severe weather, it's a radar indicated threat. These storms tonight have had histories of producing damage, including damage over in Mercer County with this storm as it came through, and injuries over there as well. And just seeing new reports coming in now that as these storms exit Indiana, they've carried tornado warnings with them as well. Some of the emergency management agencies over there are asking for external help because there's been widespread damage with these storms that are coming out of Indiana. Those are the same storms right now that are working their way through Drake County, heading their way toward I-75 and eventually over toward Troy. While that's not here yet, that is heading our way. And over the next hour or two, if these storms hold together like they have been tonight, that threat eventually going to cross its way in toward portions of central Ohio. And that's likely going to be working its way over toward Urbana, down toward London. Places like Madison, Fayette counties certainly could see these storms work their way in there. Clark, Champaign, Greene counties could also definitely see this storm work its way toward you if it holds together. One of the things we've been talking about so many times tonight has been the view inside the storm. And I want to skip the Greenville one right now because it's not here. And we're going to go back up toward Union County just because this remains just an incredibly impressive signature of rotation here tonight. What we see up there toward portions of Union County over toward the northwest of Broadway. It's this area right in here where we're seeing those tight areas of greens and reds coming together on the radar. That's where we have the strong potential of rotation. This has been moving its way off toward the east. Still new radar scan coming in. Very strong signature right here near Ohio 739 north of 347, right between Summersville and Broadway. If you're in this area, you need to be seeking shelter right now, because even if this particular storm not producing a tornado on the ground at the moment, it very much could be at a second's notice. You're not going to get any more advanced warning from this other than what we're giving you right now. This is coming your way and could produce a tornado at a moment's notice. This is eventually going to be working its way off toward Leesburg, likely north of Marysville, likely north to near the Ostrander region. It's going to be heading there by about 8:38 into Leesburg. The storm working its way further off to the south and east after that toward Delaware by 8:51. The tornado warning that we have in place with this storm goes until, I believe, 9 o'clock tonight. We're likely to see this expanded as the storm holds together. If it does, look at the lightning out there on the view here, Marysville camera looking off toward the northeast. It's basically just a strobe light out there continuing at this hour. These storms have not weakened as they've pushed into central Ohio, and this one in particular, as it crosses into Union County, showing as much rotation potential as it's ever had. And this remains definitely at least my top concern here tonight with these storms, Jerry.
Michael, we've been seeing reports of some damage in and around Indian Lake, areas around Huntsville, around Lakeview have been hit very hard. Some homes damaged in that area, and that's why we're taking this particular situation so very seriously, to let you know what you need to do to keep you and your family safe. Even though this storm does not impact everybody, I know we're going to get some emails, but we're letting you know that if this was your friend and your family and your neighbor, that you would want us to be doing just what we're doing right now, is going on coverage, going wall to wall to keep you and your family safe. So agree or not, that's what we're doing right now, and we're looking at the potential for these particular storms to really begin to strengthen and move into parts of the viewing area, which earlier just had some garden variety showers and storms, but right now we're seeing the impact as being fully realized as this rotation continues. Michael, we talked about, and we're not making light of the situation, but I think you made the mention, you've worked in Texas before, and you're able to put a little bit of a relative spin on this. We don't see this kind of rotation very often in Ohio, number one, mid-March, number two, and sustained, number three, to really be able to keep this storm going, which has a history of producing a tornado on the ground, exceptionally large hail and damage. This is an extraordinary situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is really more indicative of what I saw while I was working in East Texas. Storms that don't just rotate, but they rotate for a long time. Supercell type storms. If you're familiar at all with the supercell type of storm, you might expect to see what would be called a hook echo. And if you were down in Texas or the Great Plains, you would. Here in the Midwest, when we get supercell storms, they're often what you would call an HP supercell storm. High precipitation. That's very keen here. All the bright reds and oranges, lots of rain falling with this storm. So we want to mention, as we have several times tonight, you're not going to get visual heads up that this storm is coming your way. It's going to strike amidst heavy rain. It's likely going to strike amidst hail as well. And if it's coming your way, all you're going to see is a big horizon of sort of a foggy depiction of heavy rain. We're seeing those heavy showers from Prospect through Richwood back out toward Broadway, Leesburg, south of the Byhalia area as well. This is all going to be continuing to push off to the east, slightly southeast as we work our way through the rest of this evening. The big concern has continued to stay that area of rotation that has been in Union County, and that's held together all the way since it crossed into Ohio from Indiana through Mercer County too. And man, it's just every time we pull this up, I think it looks more and more impressive. The colors here on the radar, very vivid as we see that strong indication of rotation working its way north of Marysville. This is going to be heading, I would say, probably beelining it for Leesburg as far as the most dangerous part of this storm. South of Ohio 47, north of 33, moving its way off to the east. If you're in Leesburg, you need to be in your place of shelter now. The storm is heading your way. If you're over in Delaware County, you've got a little bit of time here, but you need to be making plans now to take shelter. And I would say likely even including the city of Delaware too, because of the path of this storm. If this continues tracking from the east through Leesburg, it's pretty much going to be making a beeline for Delaware or southern side of Delaware. It's going to be there at 8:51 in toward Orange Township by 8:58, and then Westerville at 9:03. This is the view in Delaware right now. You can already see the lightning picking up there at the Ohio Wesleyan University. It's certainly going to be a buildup here. You're going to start with the rain, you'll get the wind, the lightning, and then the most dangerous part of the storm really kind of buried back in there. And I think if you got rid of a lot of the precipitation in there, Jerry, this might have more of that classic supercell look.
And it is, and it's coming at the worst time possible. As we saw the sun set about an hour ago, Michael, and the opportunity continues for us to be under the gun for the severe weather. And it's worth noting that not the entire viewing area is under the threat right now, but it's heading towards some very populated areas, and that is very concerning as this storm has a history of producing a tornado, some exceptionally large damaging hail, and there are reports of injuries and damage clear back to Indiana from this particular storm cell that has continued to exhibit characteristics of a tornado, and that's why we're to this particular cell right now. So we're watching. There are some near neighbors. There are a few areas off toward the north which are also showing the area of some rotation. Right now, I believe there's a new tornado warning. We're going to take a look at that just popping on right now. And there's a lot going on, so give us a second here to just get our bearings, because we're looking at a very serious situation that has been ongoing for some time. So taking a look right now at this particular cell just northwest of Delaware. Other tornado warnings to the north right now. We're looking between Wyandotte and Crawford County. This particular tornado warning also north of Bucyrus, and then one moving off toward the east right now as we're at 8:37 p.m. on this Wednesday or this Thursday evening. So we're looking again at the potential for severe weather continuing for a good part of central Ohio. We're going to reset this for just a second and give you a perspective that shows a little bit of a larger view right now. There are ongoing thunderstorms in different parts of the viewing area, but clearly there are some that are worth noteworthy more than others. Most notably the cell that is to the north in parts of Crawford County, northern parts of Ashland County, but the one we're paying most attention to, Michael, continues to be this cell that has dropped a confirmed tornado in western parts of Ohio as close as Logan County, in and around Indian Lake and Lakeview, and is now dropping to the southeast and bearing down just north of Marysville. But a closer inspection right now, Leesburg, Radnor, Delaware, Ostrander, and again around Plain City and Dublin. Those areas, as we scan to the left and show that area around Broadway, Leesburg. If I'm mentioning your town or community, and if you haven't already, this is your sound the alarm to seek shelter immediately. And we talked about earlier, and at the risk of repeating ourselves, it's not complicated. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, that's where you want to go. An interior room like a bathroom, a good second choice. And don't forget to take your pets, your cell phone, your phone charger, helmet, shoes. Those things might sound secondary, but they're important, especially if the location you're at is damaged or destroyed, because you're going to have to come out of that, not only paying attention during the event on your cell phone, but also come out of that in the dark of night, probably without your full day clothes on. And maybe if you have some damage, it could even make a bad situation even worse. So just a couple of pieces of advice if you're under that particular threat right now. I'm going to put a track on this, Michael, and hand it back over to you for an update. Again, we're watching these different warnings come into play, and it's just been a very active evening, and it does not show sign of letting up anytime soon.
Yeah, certainly no sign of letting up anytime soon as these storms continue to rotate here this evening as they work their way into Delaware County out of Union County. We're seeing that storm heading toward Delaware by 8:54, Orange Township by 9 o'clock tonight. That's going to be working its way into Westerville by 9:05 and New Albany by 9:12. As far as the threats go of these storms, again, it's not just the tornado, but the potential for a tornado remains one of the highest risk factors that we're seeing. In addition to that, we're watching for severe winds, for hail, heavy rain, and lightning with these storms. That cell up in Union County here, look at all of the lightning. You put the lightning counter on there and you can't even really see the storm underneath it, and that's what you're seeing here on that ODOT camera as well. Marysville, US 33 and 36. It's just like a club out there right now, the amount of lightning that's going on. This storm has not weakened in the slightest and continues to produce severe storm characteristics at this hour. As far as what we expect to see through the rest of tonight, these storms are going to continue to work their way into central Ohio, bringing with them severe weather. But it's not just what's ongoing now, it's what we'll have ongoing later tonight that will likely keep the threat going toward midnight, maybe even a little beyond midnight here tonight as well. I believe I saw there before we put it in motion, Jerry, looked like there was another severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this that's up toward Mount Vernon, seeing that severe thunderstorm warning in place now as well. This looks far less organized than what is going on over in Union County right now, so this will be something to watch. These storms have fresh air out in front of them, so they've got some stuff that hasn't been worked over in terms of the atmosphere to take advantage of. If they do get more organized, this could become a stronger threat later this evening. And if we want to zoom back over toward Union County, this storm is going to have to deal with kind of the backside of what's developing in front of it. So potentially that could weaken the storm, but right now I would say not likely. I was talking about the supercell characteristics. This is starting to look very, very textbook. When you see a supercell thunderstorm, the core of the rotation, the hook echo, that's what you're seeing right in there. And that is very indicative of what we're seeing here on the radar in terms of a textbook HP supercell. That's what we're looking at right now. This is back at the Ohio Wesleyan camera in Delaware. We were talking about you would see the lightning pick up first. That's what we're seeing right now. Lightning strikes increasing in Delaware County ahead of this storm. And I just want to continue to emphasize that this is a very dangerous storm. And even if it's not producing a tornado at the moment we bring it up on radar, we're talking literally seconds. It could be producing a tornado with the amount of rotation that we're seeing in here. Again, the signature that you're looking at on radar right now, this would not be unexpected in Oklahoma. This would not be unexpected in Texas. This is not a very traditional Ohio storm. We're not talking small tornado. If this thing reaches ground level, this would likely be a large tornado if it does hit the ground, which is why the threat is so high, why we've stayed with it for so long, and why we are going to stay with it until this threat exits from portions of Ohio. As far as what could be a debris potential in there, again, this is kind of messy looking right now. Nothing to me screams that that's on the ground, but again, I'm talking, Jerry, seconds this thing could be producing a tornado.
Looking right now, Michael, just a closer perspective at what we just talked about, a different view, and just allowing us to really focus in and get down to really a pinpoint the area of rotation. This is still a large thunderstorm producing all varieties of damage: wind, lightning, heavy rain, large hail, and of course the potential for a tornado. And this storm has not shown signs of weakening as it's been going on for the past almost 2 hours right now. So we're really focusing on an area just north of Marysville, down to street level, and basically just east of Broadway, Leesburg, headed toward Ostrander, north of Marysville on 4, just south of 31. That area again moving southeast. So this is not something we show all the time, but just to let you know what we're really looking at right now. And we're looking at this shot from the camera, I believe, looking northwest on 33 out toward Union County through 33 and 36 toward that intersection. And that area again is not that far away. We're looking right in this area, 36 and 37, and that is really something that we are watching very, very closely. So again, we're looking at the potential for that tornado that continues to exhibit some characteristics which are they're frightening, quite honestly, and that the structure of this storm is something that you would see out of a weather textbook, in that it continues to show that classic hook shape. We're seeing the rotation in the storm making it down to the ground, and that's why we're so concerned about this particular storm. Not to be dismissive of the severe thunderstorm in Knox County, but that is not the main priority right now. That storm is moving east and has producing some hail, some high wind, and some potential damage there. But again, it's the storm that is moving into Delaware County right now, just about to cross over, that has me gravely concerned for areas that we're going to mention in the next second right here. Going southeast about 40 miles an hour. Sandy Hill, 10 minutes. Fairview Corner, 6 minutes. Delaware, 16 minutes. This storm is moving fast, people. Orange Township, 26 minutes. Westerville, 34 minutes. Then we're looking at some areas outside of the warning, but still they are in our view and should be concerned. New Albany, Johnstown, and Pataskala between 44 and 58 minutes from now. So again, the extreme weather continues to be something that we're watching, especially in this particular cell. We talked about it, Michael, earlier this evening as you were tracking that afternoon line of showers, kind of a lull during the evening newscast, but things came together right now, and that continues to be a problem for us as we're watching and tracking these cells as they're racing across central Ohio. Just to give a bit of perspective right now, we're looking at the areas in and around central Ohio, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings around Knox County. We're also looking at a continuation of the tornadic warnings to the north, but the main focus and our main priority, and the reason we're interrupting regular programming right now, continues to be this cell that is just about to move through east central parts of Union County, heading into Delaware County. It looks to, at the moment, to be staying north of areas in and around north of Delaware County, but we're watching that very, very closely. So we're also tracking the storm and looking more about that and bringing in Michael Behrens right now. Michael, continuation and track of this storm is something that we're concerned about. We're going to update minute by minute because the storm is moving at a pretty good clip. Yeah, storm continues to move off to the east-southeast at a very good clip here, bringing the severe threats along with it. We're watching this to be in Sandy Hill about 7 minutes from now, Delaware about 12 minutes, Orange Township 22 minutes, and about a half hour toward Westerville. This storm has continued to keep a tornadic characteristic to it the entire time it's been under a warning here this evening. You can see that hook inside the storm, the heaviest part of the storm, crossing now from Union County into Delaware County with a lot of rain, a lot of hail, and a lot of rotation potential in there as well. We are talking about if this storm continued on its track, it was likely going to head pretty much straight for Delaware. I think we're going to see that path pretty much continue to be the case. This storm pushing its way toward Delaware, eventually off toward Huber Ridge, New Albany, Johnstown, all going to see the storm heading its way toward you. And if it continues on its current path, we're likely going to see more of Delaware County eventually go under a tornado warning, possibly including parts of northeastern Franklin County. Would not be unexpected to see that either with this storm pushing through. The amount of lightning in there, the strength of the storm continues to be high, and the only thing that could really go to slow this down is these cells developing out in front of it. If these cells that are pushing through places like Lithopolis over toward Fairfield Beach, Newark, Utica, these could potentially rob some of
of the energy of that supercell, but this guy is organized. It is got its stuff together, so to speak, so it's going to take a lot to disrupt that storm. And even with the formation out in front of it, I'm not totally convinced that this is going to weaken in any short order. This is likely going to maintain that threat, that really wrapped up hook here, that area of rotation, as it continues to push into portions of Delaware County. Let's go and go back to the view inside the storm there. I want to see what the latest rotation looks like with this storm. If there's anything good here, it's that how big this is. You're not going to get a tornado that goes all the way from Radnor down through the Ostrander area. That's just not going to happen. What this means is that the entire storm is rotating, and what you want to see to pinpoint a tornado is going to be where those areas are most close to one another. That could be right in here along the Union County, Delaware County line, now crossing more into Delaware County. Again, it's not the strongest small signature, but the whole storm itself is rotating. If you were to be outside, if this were daylight, those big supercell thunderstorms that you see videos of from out in Texas, you'd see the whole sky kind of turning along with this. So anywhere inside this parent rotation, we could very quickly form a tornado, and this storm gonna be under tornado warnings, Jerry, I would say for the foreseeable future tonight.
We've been watching this over the past couple of hours, Michael, and it does not show signs of weakening right now. As we've said, we're watching this particular thunderstorm that has a history of producing extremely large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning, and confirmed tornadoes, with damage path going all the way back to eastern Indiana and right now heading into central Ohio. So that continues to be the case as we're looking at that storm. A classic rotation right now from that particular storm. We're looking at the opportunity for that cell that really is something to be concerning. If you're south around Marysville, Plain City, at the moment you're clear. Keep your guard up, but you're clear. North of that storm, north of Delaware County, you're fine. Northwest of Marysville, disruptive but not severe. It's this particular area right here which we're really focusing on, and you made a really good point that the broad circulation around that storm is still concerning, but not at this moment. It actually shows signs of reaching the ground. But these storms have a history of ebbing and flowing, strengthening and weakening, and that's exactly what this storm has a history of doing and what it appears to be doing right now. Just like an ice skater, when that circulation and that spin is broad, it slows down a little bit. As it tightens up, it speeds up, and that is what we're watching and waiting for if this cell is going to exhibit that characteristic of pulsing and then strengthening as it drops just south of east over the next 30 to 60 minutes. So please keep that in mind, and that's why we're paying such particular attention to this storm right here. You can clearly see that classic echo kind of turning in and around itself. That just shows the circulation of the storm and how powerful it is. Not to be dismissive of the wind and the hail and the rain and the lightning. Those are all potentially damaging things, but we're really focusing on the tornado. So Michael, if we could just put a fresh track on there. I know we just did it a couple moments ago. We're watching, as we're doing that right now, a new tornado warning has been issued, an extension of that warning, which now includes all of central and eastern parts of Delaware County. And I'm imagining that goes at least until 9:30. We'll get an update for you in a moment. Delaware, 8 minutes away. Lewis Center, 16 minutes. Sunbury, 25 minutes. Condit, 31 minutes. And then areas beyond that. Licking County, over near Granville, in 57 minutes. Beechwood Trails in 50 minutes. And then Johnstown in 41 minutes. So again, keeping those areas in mind that we were just mentioning, and that is something that we are very concerned about right now. So if we're talking to these locations right now, for mentioning friends and neighbors that might be around there, they may not be tuned in to 10 TV. They may be doing something else this evening. Don't know what, but they might not be paying attention. Let them know. Send them a message, give them a call. Tell them to put their severe weather plan in action right now. They are moments away from seeing this tornadic thunderstorm reaching their location, most urgently in Sandy Hill, Delaware, Lewis Center, Sunbury, and Condit. That's between the, just updating right now, 7 minutes to Delaware, 15 minutes to Lewis Center, 24 minutes to Sunbury. Again, those are the communities in central and then eastern and then southeastern parts of Delaware County as that storm continues to look very ominous on radar and has been confirmed over the past hours to have put tornadoes on the ground and produce some damage. Michael?
Certainly a strong storm to continue tracking. The latest tornado warning issued for that storm. Delaware County until 9:45 tonight. Now under a tornado warning. Remains a radar indicated tornado threat here this evening. Moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. When it comes to the most dangerous part of that storm, it's that area that's wrapping up more and more like a supercell thunderstorm here this evening. In fact, I want to see if we can just get a more isolated view of that particular storm. So the radar that we see here, I want to see if we can just look at it from the radar out of Columbus there at the airport to see if we see anything that looks much stronger in terms of its hook potential there. The radars at the airport's not as strong as the National Weather Service radars, but again, you're seeing that very strong hook in this particular storm yet again, where that storm is really wrapping up in itself right here toward the Ostrander area. And that's where, again, we have the potential for a tornado to really form at any point in time. As far as what we're seeing inside those storms with the view of rotation, that has continued to be the case this evening as well. We'll switch to that view here off the radar there from the airport. Not the best view there. We'll highlight the colors a little better. Again, those reds and those greens coming together very vividly. We'll switch over to just the Wilmington radar. And again, very similar situation here where those reds and greens are coming together. The broad rotation continues at this hour. This storm has really been rotating now for hours, stretching all the way back to Mercer County and has not stopped. This is the classic marker of what you would call, again, a supercell thunderstorm, where the rotation starts, it continues, and it doesn't stop. That's what we're seeing here again this evening as well. We'll drop this radar scan back down to just the Wilmington radar here to take a better look at it. And again, you see that big ball there on the end, that big hook coming through. I would say this particular scan, not as strong as what we saw earlier, just about, say, 10 minutes ago in terms of that supercell potential. But again, it remains a strong threat here this evening. If we're going to get any kind of potential good news with this storm weakening, it's starting to pass into the air that's been worked over by some of these cells out in front. These guys here forming in front of that supercell as it pushes toward those storms. As this guy travels into that air that's already been worked over, it's going to have a little bit less to work with, and it potentially could start to weaken. And again, we're seeing that hook echo there on the end, that ball not quite as well formed, still quite a powerful storm. But even if I back this up just a few scans here, let's go back right about there. That's when it was at its strongest. You can really see that well-defined hook here about 8:51. We travel just a little bit further down the road. That's starting to get a little messier, but inside the storm, the rotation remains quite strong, and that's going to be heading through Sandy Hill at this time, heading toward Delaware here very shortly. That storm is about to cross in toward Delaware, in toward Stratford, heading toward US 23 as this storm crosses in through Delaware County, remaining a very dangerous storm at this time.
Michael, let's go street level on that particular storm if we could. A lot of folks in Delaware County, we're showing a shot right now from the Ohio Wesleyan camera, lighting up with all the lightning up there, of course, but areas that might be familiar to you. Sandusky Street right there. There's Pittsburgh Drive, that's near the airport. Section Line Road, Sandy Hill, White Sulphur near the quarry in that area. Troy Road going up the river, and then further off toward the east. He mentioned Route 23, a very heavily traveled and very well-known roadway. Areas right along and just immediately to the west of that are under the immediate threat from this tornado. You're probably, and hopefully I'm praying, taking shelter right now because this is a particularly dangerous situation as this storm has a history of producing damage and tornadoes. If we can slide just slightly south and east, going down 36 for a moment, just a little further off toward the east in the direction the storm is likely going. There we go. Thank you. Stratford, and then there's areas in Berlin Station Road, and there's 36. And it seems like this particular storm, if you're familiar with Delaware, Delaware, down 36, eventually heads over toward I-71. That is the area that we're most concerned about right now. There's 315 where it connects with 23 again. If I'm mentioning anything that is familiar to you, hopefully you're listening to us from your basement or an interior room on your phone, and you're not taking pictures, not taking video. We do not want to see anything related to damage or the storm itself. We want you to keep you and your family safe. I cannot emphasize that enough. And as you're doing so, especially if you're a little bit downstream, if we can widen the perspective for a moment and then take a look down 36 and show other areas, Sunbury, Galena, those areas in the eastern parts of Delaware County, that's where the storm is heading toward. You're probably seeing the lightning, hearing the thunder, maybe getting some hail and certainly some very heavy rain and some gusty winds. But those areas between 23 and 315 and 71 in central and southern parts of Delaware County, that's where the threat is greatest. So if we can put a track on this with the latest speed, if it's still around 40 miles an hour or so, just to give an update to the communities that are under the greatest threat from this particular storm, that would be helpful. We're looking at areas in and around Delaware now. Sunbury in about 20 minutes, Condit in 27 minutes, Croton 35 minutes, and then we get out of Delaware County if this threat continues, Alexandria, Granville, and St. Louisville in 47, 55, and 58 minutes. So keep that in mind. Even areas outside of Delaware County are still under the threat right now. So if we can just go back to the street view for a moment, and that will show the areas that we're most concerned about right now. That is right in the center of Delaware County, in the intersection of all those state routes and the major highways. Sandusky Street, there's Liberty Road, there's Stratford, there's Berlin Station Road, and then we're off toward the east, Old State Road North, and this right down 36. And this is exactly the area, and we talked about this a couple times before, where we're seeing these different colors right next to each other. Not your standard radar picture of just the intensity, but this is looking inside the storm and showing us where that rotation is occurring. Oftentimes, they're in a rotating thunderstorm indication that that rotation may make it down to the ground. That's why we're so very concerned about this particular storm and why the National Weather Service has extended, as we thought it would, that tornado warning for till 9:45. So it's going to be going on for a while. You saw that scan coming up, Michael, and actually it looks a little bit worse than it did just moments ago. And look at that couplet. That's very tight. Before, just moments ago, was a little broader, covering nearly the entire county. Now it's beginning to shrink back up again, and that's concerning.
Yeah, exactly what we were saying earlier. We were talking about the fact that when it was broadening out, you couldn't really pinpoint one area where the tornado would be more likely than another, the whole storm rotating. But now we're starting to see that pinpoint come back into the radar imagery here, and it's moving right over the city of Delaware at this time. That storm producing a likely damaging winds, likely hail, definitely lightning, and potentially a tornado. So this is a very dangerous storm as it works its way through Delaware. I'm going to switch to the debris tracker. Again, good news here. It's not showing a strong sign of debris potential with that storm. That's the good news here. The bad news is that could change really at any minute. If we see this start to move into more of a potentially on the ground type of storm, that's a concern that could very rapidly develop here this evening. As far as what we're looking at across the entirety of the rest of Central Ohio is continued severe weather here this evening. 71 in Lewis Center there. You can see the rain already starting to pick up quite heavily. And again, this is going to be an area experiencing some of those heavy, severe storms coming through here in short order. The storms that have formed out in front of the storm working its way through Delaware County, those also severe at this time, but not in the same way. We're not seeing the tornado threat with that storm out in front of it. Coshocton and Muskogee counties under a severe thunderstorm warning till 9:30 tonight. That could be producing $half size hail. Not really seeing much wind threat with that. Another severe thunderstorm warning in Knox County. That goes till 9:15. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter size hail possible of that. So if these storms potentially again could be taking away some of the fuel from that first initial storm behind it, but again, not really doing much to calm things down. I'll switch over to the hail tracker here. We're not seeing anything particularly crazy with those storms out in front. They're not dealing with the bulk of the energy, but we've been talking a lot about the rotation potential in Delaware County, but how about the hail potential in there as well? This is something called VIL, which is an indication of how much hail potential is in the storm. A lot of that showing up north of Delaware from Radnor all the way down in towards Sandy Hill. If you're up on 203 north of the city of Delaware, Troy Road over to US 23, that's where you can see that hail potential coming through most strongly. We'll switch over to what this could mean in terms of hail size. We'll put that number on the screen there. Potentially radar estimates of 1.7 inch diameter hail. If that's actually hitting ground level, that would certainly be quite a strong indication of hail, large hail heading through Delaware County as well. So if we're avoiding the tornadic impacts of the storm, or not avoiding the hail impacts of this storm, that could certainly be a cause for concern here, in addition to the rotation of these storms. And that continues to be just as strong as ever. Strong signs of rotation crossing through the city of Delaware right now. This is going to be working its way out along Ohio 521 here very shortly, and US 36 as it continues likely in and along Curve Road as well. Seeing that concern, that'll be working its way off toward the east, eventually over toward Lackey Old State Road and Africa Road. This storm continuing to rotate strongly through the city of Delaware, now likely crossing out of Delaware and to the east along US 36 at this time. Jerry?
Put a track on that if we could. Maybe go back to the traditional radar scan just to show what people might be looking at. This is a lot going on right now. Also, a recent report of over a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Delaware County Airport. Not sure if that's related to a tornado or not, but it was right around the time that hook echo crossed on by. Now, we are seeing the storm losing a little bit of structure. For appearance sake right now, that might look like good news, but this storm, as we've talked about for the past couple of hours, has a history of ebbing and flowing, strengthening and weakening, and it's the strengthening cycle that we're most concerned about as it drops southeast. Right now we're looking at our tower camera that's showing dark conditions, of course. The sun set a little more than an hour and a half ago, but the conditions we're worried about right now in communities in and around Sunbury, Condit, and Johnstown, 15, 21, and 32 minutes. And as we mentioned since the beginning, right around 7 o'clock, shortly after, these storms have a history of dropping just south of east. That's why these particular polygons are not exactly rectangular, but as that continues, it looks like for the moment, Franklin County and Columbus will be spared the severest of the weather, but it also looks like if the storm continues, and we'll find out in a few moments that it will, that we're going to see the opportunity for this tornado warning to be continued, and that would include southwestern parts of Knox County and then Licking County in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Again, this particular warning is in effect until 9:45, and that is concerning in of itself for Delaware County and the southeastern corner, especially northernmost parts of Delaware County. You're probably being impacted by this storm, but not the tornado itself. So still some heavy rain, some lightning, and some hail. But as this storm drops southeast, about an hour away from Newark, 47 minutes from Granville, 31 minutes from Johnstown, and less than 15 minutes from Sunbury, those are the areas that are most concerning. So let's take off the track for a moment and go back to street level, just to give an indication as we get into the more populated areas. This wasn't something that was really easy to do a couple hours ago, as the storms were not in densely populated areas, but Delaware County is. So we're looking at areas right along 36. There is Lackey Old State Road, and there's South Old State. That continues down toward Western. 36 heads over towards 71. Many of you familiar with this area just north of Cheshire Road. We're talking about areas in and around the outlets, and then 71 further off toward the north. The worst weather right now around State Route 23 right through downtown Delaware and points just off toward the southeast. You saw the radar scan going by. That's highlighting the core of the storm and the most likely area, if there is a tornado, where that's going to be located. And that area will be bounded by 23 to the west and then 36 off toward the north. And the area again is just showing a very classic signature of hooking around or curling around itself, an indication that we've seen, unfortunately, for the past couple of hours with these storms, Michael. They just are not showing signs of letting up. And this most recent scan, thanks for popping that on, that does still show very significant rotation, that area we're watching right now between the green where the radar with scan is coming toward us and then the brighter pink and the white where it's going away. Now this is actually inside the thunderstorm itself, but what we're watching is where and when that rotation begins to drop down to the ground. That's where we most likely see that tornado. And again, just southeast of Delaware, literally less than a half mile, and the storm continues to drop to the southeast. That's why we're most concerned at this time. Delaware County, the southeastern corner, in and around those locations as it moves off toward the southeast, that's where we're gravely concerned. If we can span the radar just a bit right now, that will allow us to begin to look at those locations. Genoa Township, Galena, Sunbury, Westerville, not out of the woods, even though New Albany and Johnstown and Westerville technically not under the tornado threat. Still some very dicey weather coming up in the next 15 to 30 minutes. And again, this storm is still showing characteristics of strengthening, Michael, and that's very concerning.
Yeah, very concerning with that storm there, Jerry. We've been keeping an eye on the rotation potential with these storms, but we've also been watching for the...
Okay. Yeah, apparently we got a little mic problem there, Michael, and that will be resolved momentarily. Had a little bit of a power hit here too. But one thing we talked about and mentioned is just the circulation, not something we normally see in and around central Ohio, something that has been going on now for a couple of hours and we're really concerned about right now as that storm drops to the south and to the east. So keeping that in mind, and we're watching the situation developing and evolving over the past couple of hours, that's why we're most concerned about areas just as the storm crosses over I-71. So when we're talking about areas around Sunbury and Galena, perhaps you have friends or neighbors or relatives that might not be watching. Maybe they might not be listening, but you are. Send them a note, give them a call to express the urgency of this situation on how important it is that they take shelter immediately. And those very simple guidelines, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You want to maintain a lowest floor, a basement is preferable. And even if you're not in the path of the particular storm, we encourage you to take shelter, please, anywhere in the eastern and southeastern parts of Delaware County. And the amount of lightning that we're seeing undoubtedly has been prolific, has grown. We saw over 200 strikes just in the past hour alone, and that number has not shown signs of letting up. And unfortunately, Michael, even areas to the west, Union County and Logan County, which got hit pretty hard, they're not seeing severe weather right now, but they're getting another dose of some downpours and some thunder.
Yeah, the rain continuing to fall this evening, Jerry. Heavy rain across central Ohio as these severe storms push through. And we're, like we've been saying, I feel like I've been saying it all night, we're just getting started. We're still just getting started when it comes to these storms out there as we've been checked back in on that storm out toward the west. That's where we're seeing still a tornado warning for heading through portions of Miami County, heading along across 75. That storm going to be heading its way toward central Ohio here before too long. That's going to be working its way toward us, and that is another storm that has continued its tornadic progression. It's been tornadic ever since it crossed out of Indiana, and it stays that way at this time. That's going to be working its way toward Champaign and Clark counties here before long, and then eventually on over toward Madison, and potentially southern portions of Union County could also fall under the threat from this storm. That'll be something to track later, but right now we continue to track the tornado warning that pushes in through portions of Delaware County at this time. That storm producing frequent lightning across central Ohio will put the lightning counter on mostly just Delaware County, and we have, I would say, roughly about 130 strikes here over the last 30 minutes or so. So this storm continues to produce very frequent lightning, continues to produce hail, continues to produce damaging winds. As you mentioned earlier, from the National Weather Service, that storm produced some pretty strong wind gust over at the Delaware County airport. 63 mile per hour wind gust reported at 9 o'clock as that storm passed through, and then continues to show those signs of rotation here this evening. So I want to go ahead and we'll simplify this picture here real quick and get a better look at that rotation potential. We get rid of the lightning. We'll get rid of some of the other radar scans. The hook potential on the Wilmington radar, not nearly as strong as what we were talking about just 30 minutes ago. Remember, we kept mentioning those storms out in front. They could possibly rob this supercell of some energy, and potentially we're seeing some of that here right now. I want to switch to the airport radar from Columbus and see if we see a similar picture there. Still some hooking in there, but this is not as strong of a hook as what we saw earlier with this storm. So if we're getting, excuse me, if we're getting lucky here, this storm might finally start to weaken at least just a little bit. The radar scans of rotation, though, it is still very much rotating as the storm works its way off towards Sunbury and toward the Galena area, where we're seeing that rotation come through here again this evening. Areas along I-71 working its way off towards South Galena Road, towards Sunbury, along US 36, and eventually over toward Ohio 61. The Sunbury area going to be seeing those storms come through a little stronger here very shortly, and still packing the potential for rotation as this storm pushes through, potentially even a tornado as this storm pushes through here tonight. We're still seeing that risk continue tonight, Jerry, but thankfully maybe going to see it weaken just a little bit.
We're really hoping that's the case, Michael. That has not been the case over the past couple of hours. We also have some reports of some wind, high wind heading towards Sunbury, over toward Alum Creek State Park as a frame of reference for many of you. And again, this storm still has a history, has had a history of producing tornadoes and damage. Right now is still showing that rotation. And this looks like a lot going on right now, but quite simply just focus on two things: the color to the east and the color to the northwest. This is around South Galena Road, just east of 71, just east of Africa Road, just east of Cheshire Road and 71. And that's an indication that some of the radar scan is coming toward the radar and some is going away. And this allows us as the meteorologists on the Doppler 10 team to really focus in on the area of most concern, and that is exactly what we're doing right now. Moments ago, this was just around downtown Delaware. Now it's moving east-southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So let's put a new track on that if we can, or at least move the map down in the southeast. There's Sunbury, there's Galena. If you are not already, you have moments or seconds to seek shelter from this particular storm, as it has a history of gusty winds, prolific lightning, damaging hail, and of course the potential for a tornado. Sunbury moments away, South Condit at 10 minutes, Croton 19 minutes, Johnstown, Alexandria, Granville. Now we're getting into Licking County. This tornado warning at this moment in time, just shy of 9:15, does not include Licking County, but we would not be at all surprised if that tornado warning does continue to drop to the south and east. So we're going to watch that and track that as it does. If the tornado threat ends, then we will go back to regular coverage, but that's not the case right now at about 9:15. So again, we're watching this area right here very closely, just in the central core part of Delaware County, and then dropping southeast. Powell, Westerville, New Albany. You are currently not in a tornado warning, but you're still under the threat for some significant thunderstorms, but not a tornado at this time. Just north of that, literally across the county line into Delaware County, including Sunbury and Galena again, those are the areas we're most concerned about as that storm moves off toward the southeast. Other areas, Utica, Granville, Newark, we're looking at the opportunity again for some of that severe weather. So please keep that in mind and know that if you have an action plan, this is the time for you to act on that. If you don't, you've got a moments or seconds to make one, and it's very simple, as we said again, just interior room, a basement, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want pictures and videos. We will hopefully, if you make it through the storm safely, get those tomorrow, but please do what you can to keep you and your family safe. That's really important right now, Michael, and just cannot emphasize that enough as the storm is starting to go through more populated areas.
Yeah, absolutely. And these storms, again, if they're not producing a tornado, they are producing damaging winds. We're talking 60+ mile per hour wind gust here this evening. Hail, very large hail being predicted with these storms, possibly even close to 2 inches at times when it comes to the hail potential that we've seen out there on the radar, and certainly the possibility of producing a tornado at a moment's notice. I want to switch back over to some of those radar views here this evening. We'll go back to just the regular radar. Still a strong storm with frequent lightning being produced at this time, but as far as some of that organization to it, not being as organized as it was at times here this evening. We'll switch to the Columbus radar. It's really got the best view of the storm right now as it closes in on the airport there, and this scan here is making me feel a little bit better about the potential storm that we see here. What we're looking at now is a combination of our radar and our Skyview camera out there. You're not seeing too much lightning outside from the Skyview camera right now, but we are again watching this storm push off to the east, and it does does appear now that the National Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warnings with this particular storm. New tornado warning coming down right now till 10:15 tonight. That is going to include Licking County, basically the majority of Licking County under a tornado warning now. Remains a radar indicated tornadic threat here. Tornado and $half size hail would be the two possibilities that we are seeing with this particular storm. Does look like now there may be some confirmation there with some of that rotation that we've seen, Jerry.
That's right. We talked about that just a few moments ago. This coming in right now from the Skywarn Observing Network. Tornado observed by Delaware Police Department and trained amateur weather spotter just moments ago. This reported at 9:15, so just 2 moments ago. So this particular storm, even in the dark of night, has been able to produce a tornado and has been observed and actually reaching the ground. That's more than part of the reason why the National Weather Service has extended that warning as expected to include Licking County and the neighboring counties south and east. Delaware proper, you're in the clear. East Liberty to the north, you're in the clear. Genoa Township, Powell, over toward Westerville, New Albany, you are not in the path of this particular storm. Some uncomfortable or disruptive weather, yes, but a threat for severe weather or tornadoes right now, no. But please keep in mind that if you know somebody in the path of this storm, as this couplet remains extremely tight and very concerning to us right now, Galena and Sunbury right in the core of this storm, Condit to the northeast. Here's 36 dropping off to 605, and then there's 37 dropping over into Licking County. So we're talking about communities that have not been affected yet by severe weather. We saw a couple of rounds, one most recently about 30 minutes ago and one earlier this afternoon, but that has not proven to be enough to disrupt the structure of this storm and still allowing enough energy to keep this storm going. And just notice that very tight gradient like this, Michael. This is extremely concerning. As you mentioned earlier, some of your experience tracking severe weather, especially in Texas. Not that this is common, but it's not uncommon. It's not something that we see often here, and it's why we are taking the time to drill down and really show the locations. That includes Condit, Sunbury, and Galena, and then points off toward the southeast. So if we can zoom out, Johnstown is the next immediate threat, a larger town and community that is under the gun from this particular storm. Again, the path has not been due east, but just generally east-southeast, so that puts Johnstown in the crosshairs. And if the storm maintains its integrity, that would include Granville, St. Louisville, and eventually over toward Newark in the next 30 to 60 minutes. So if you know somebody that lives in any of those communities or along the path of that storm, you have an opportunity to give them a quick call and tell them to seek shelter, as they might not be tuning in to 10 TV for the latest updates. And we're aware that this storm is not affecting everybody in the viewing area, but it's our obligation to keep these folks in Delaware County, Licking County, and the rest of the viewing area safe this evening. We're doing what we can. So please heed these warnings. This is not a drill. We've been on the air for a while for good reason. This particular storm, and looking at some of the damage reports, has a history of producing tornadoes. There's been damage in Licking County. There's been damage in western Ohio and damage in Indiana, and some injuries as well. So this storm is serious. It's a serious deal. Please keep that in mind. That's why we're breaking into coverage. But to be very clear, it's not a statewide threat at the moment. It is strictly Delaware County and soon to be in Licking County as that storm moves southeast. And again, an excellent indication, Michael, this storm is just not letting up.
Yeah, the rotation continuing at this time up in portions of Delaware County, soon to cross into Licking County. It's moved past the Sunbury area, and that is now going to be heading over toward Ohio 605 to the south of South Condit. That storm continuing to show good signs of rotation here this evening. Hopefully we can get to a point where it does start to break up. But right now, we were mentioning earlier that supercells are hard to kill, and that's what we're seeing here this evening. This storm has had a history of rotation really ever since it crossed into central Ohio, and even the state of Ohio for that matter. Let me switch back over to the Wilmington radar. Again, it's a little bit harder to see that storm now on the Wilmington radar, but I just want the bigger perspective here of how far this particular storm has traveled tonight. That storm came into central Ohio earlier this evening from Indiana as a severe thunderstorm. That's now traveled some almost 105 miles from the Indiana border, and it's been rotating basically the entire time. It did produce damage and potential tornado over toward Mercer. And then, as you mentioned, we did have the observation of a tornado from a Delaware Police Department around 9:12 here tonight. So the storm definitely still has a history of producing severe weather and potential tornadoes, and for that reason tonight remains under tornado warnings. As far as what we can expect to see come from the system next, hopefully eventually getting into some of this worked over air, we can start to get this to weaken a little bit. But right now, still seeing those strong signs of rotation this evening up toward the Sunbury area and crossing now into northwestern portions of Licking County. I'm going to switch back over to the airport radar for Columbus. That's where we're seeing, again, some good signs of rotation inside this storm working its way out of Delaware County. It's going to be heading toward North County Line Road between Delaware County and Licking County, south of Hartford Road, south of South Condit, and then basically right along Ohio 37, heading toward the county line with Licking County. That's where the strongest part of the storm is. The most dangerous part of the storm at this hour is in that particular part of the county. That storm is moving to the east at around 45 miles per hour. The warning that was issued again for Licking County still mostly about the radar potential, though they are saying, the National Weather Service now, that there is likely going to be a tornado crossing out of Licking County, or crossing out of Delaware County and into Licking County. So I'm going to go ahead and put the storm track on this particular portion of the storm as well. Track it at about 45 miles per hour. This puts it in Utica at 24 minutes from now. Newark about a half hour from now. As we get toward about 10 o'clock, that gets toward Reform. Perryton by 42 minutes from now. Black Run 45 minutes from now. Hopewell 50 minutes, about an hour over to Dresden. The severe potential from this storm really can't be understated. We've been talking about it all night long, that this storm has been rotating all night long and continues to rotate at this hour as well. New report coming in to the National Weather Service. This comes from a Skywarn reporter, said there's some damaged roofing material found US 36 in Ohio 37. So again, that would be in Delaware County. US 36 will zoom back into that particular area, Ohio Ohio 37. So again, that would likely be somewhere here in the Delaware County area. There's US 36. I don't have the exact location of 37 for the intersection, but again, that follows along with this storm as it pushes through portions of Ohio. Now seeing at least some damage being reported out of Delaware County with this particular part of the storm as well. So this is going to be something that we continue to watch carefully as it pushes into Licking County at this time. The couplet potential, the strongest rotation potential right now, likely just crossing North County Line Road between County Line Road and Croton Road into Licking County. That's going to be south and west of Croton. To the north are just right along Ohio 37 here in terms of where that rotation potential is currently at its strongest, and that's going to be working its way south and southeast into Licking County, eventually again on over to the Newark area, likely between Utica and Newark, if this maintains its current trajectory as it really has for the past several scans. We'll put that timeline back on it for you there and give you a little bit of an idea of when the storm's going to show up on your door.
Yeah, Michael, excellent job of locating the center of that storm and then drawing that track back out again. We've been watching the opportunity for all of these areas under the gun, and certainly the ones the most important: Utica, Newark, Reform, Black Run, Hopewell, Dresden, and Zanesville. A little further off toward the east, where there currently is a severe thunderstorm warning, but this storm has not shown a sign of weakening, and that is very concerning as it dropped through Delaware County with some reports of some damage there. And he also mentioned some of the areas just to the east of that right now, just literally crossing over the county line. So if we can look at an area a little bit closer and zoom in right now just for a moment and taking this down to street view, this is an area that we're watching very closely right now. Sunbury, Galena, Delaware, you are in the clear. Areas south and east of that, Croton and Johnstown, concerned about that area. And this is right along Croton Road and North County line over toward Bennington Chapel Road and then points southeast. Again, this is just an indication of this broad circulation getting a little tighter. We used the analogy before, the broad circulation of an ice skater spinning somewhat slowly, but when that tightens up, that is most concerning, and that's why we are continuing to cover this particular storm cell as it moves from Delaware County literally right along State Route 37. So we might not be mentioning your particular street or your town or community as we are updating this right now crossing over into Licking County, and this area is to the southeast. Again, Johnstown just in the southern fringe, and areas in Croton just to the north. Right in between those areas is where we're most concerned about. That is just east of North County Line Road, literally on the county line between Delaware and Licking County, and that's where we're most concerned about as that circulation is tightened up, and this storm has a history of producing tornadoes and damage and some injuries. In fact, I think, Michael, you've got the opportunity to show us some pictures or at least talk to some things of some damage in Logan County. Is that correct?
Yeah, seeing some photos come in this evening. This is Indian Lake along 33 north of Lakeview, and that is absolutely devastating tornado damage there. You can see just all of the trees destroyed there, all the trees cut off about halfway up. Looks to be some kind of building material strewn along the ditch there, in addition to the heavy rain. So this was likely a very powerful tornado that touched down here doing this damage. Of course, the Weather Service is going to have a busy day out there tomorrow surveying damage across central Ohio and really all of Ohio as these storms continue to push through tonight. We've had reports up toward Crawford County of the possibility of widespread damage there, potentially even a half-mile wide tornado that was reported up there earlier this evening. These are just some of the storm reports that have come through right now. Of course, not all of them going to come through in real time as the National Weather Service works to keep up on the warnings, but just to highlight some of the stuff that we've seen in Ohio here this evening includes at least 2 reported funnel clouds, multiple reports of wind damage, and 5 tornado reports in Ohio just so far. And I would say we're likely going to see that number increase as we see the aftermath of the storm. The storm reports start to come down, and more about the damage starts to come in as the storms move out tonight. People get out to survey what happened, and certainly in the daylight tomorrow, this is going to be something that we'll be looking at the aftermath of as we head through the next several days and into the weekend. As of right now, we're still under the gun here across central Ohio, including the storm that's working its way into Licking County with that tornadic potential along with it. We'll look inside the storm here again. The radar site out of Columbus doing the best job of particularly showing that threat with this storm. The rotation has crossed into Licking County in terms of where the most dangerous part of the storm is. We'll put that particular view on the screen here as again. That is going to be working its way just to the north of what is that? I believe that's US 62 there, south of Croton, where we're seeing that strongest potential for rotation right now. That's heading toward looks like Croton Road there. That's going to be traveling pretty much toward the intersection of Appleton Road and US 62 here as this particular storm crosses in to entirely Licking County. Part of that update now, they've canceled the warning in Delaware County, so it's just Licking County now with that threat for a tornado heading through. I also want to zoom back out toward the west and mention our friends out on the western side of the 10 TV viewing area as we start to see threats enter your part of the region as well. We were talking about that storm that crossed through Miami, eventually going to be working its way through Champaign, and that's where we're starting to see that storm cross in to portions of central Ohio right now, also under a tornado warning. So likely, even as we finish up this tornado warning working its way through Licking County, it's likely that we could see places like Madison County, possibly even southern Union County, and eventually maybe even Columbus proper under the threat for severe storms as this next cell, which is currently out to the west, moves through. And what we're seeing travel along US 36 out toward Urbana, that's just as strong a rotation as we've been tracking with the storms earlier tonight as well, Jerry.
You got that right, Michael. We're watching that very carefully, and of course, particular attention being paid. We're showing you a bunch of different radar products and some of the tools that we use in the Doppler 10 Weather Center to identify the greatest threat and then communicate that to you. Of course, we're watching this storm, and as Michael mentioned, these storms have a history of maintaining their strength as they cover hundreds of miles, and that's something that's very concerning at the dark of night or well after sunset, heading toward 9 to 10 o'clock, with several of those tornado warnings still in place. This storm, if the trajectory continues, will cross out of Champaign and Clark County and head into parts of our viewing area in the next 30 to 60 minutes. So we're going to watch that very, very closely. That would include, if it continues, areas around Union County and then northern parts of right around London and northern parts of Madison County. Urbana, 15 minutes. Mutual, 25 minutes. Mechanicsburg in 32 minutes. Milford Center, Unionville Center, and Plain City. Those are probably some common names as you get closer to the metropolitan areas in and around Columbus. Now, at this moment, those communities and those cities are not under the tornado warning, but we are concerned about that because these storms have a history of maintaining themselves as they cover a lot of ground and then strengthening as they do. So keep that in mind. We'll come back to this if need be in a few moments, but let's go back to the storm in Licking County as that is still showing signs of rotation. Now, what we're looking at here, if you're just joining us, is what we call a couplet, or the rotation kind of tightens up. We're seeing the areas in the yellow, or excuse me, the white and the pink, right next to areas which are in green. Now, just a few moments ago and a couple of scans ago, this was a little more pronounced, but it doesn't mean that the storm is done. It may mean that it's cycling or ebbing and flowing, but this circulation example right now is extremely tight. That is just north of Johnstown. That's very concerning right now as that continues. There's 37, there's 62, there's Appleton Road heading over toward Loudon Road and then Sportsman Club Road. That area, and it's indication that the tornado warning has been updated. As Michael mentioned, the tornado warning is taken down for Delaware County, and that is good news. It is not good news for Licking County as the storm is maintaining its strength and integrity. And if you're just joining us, breaking into coverage, or maybe you're under the threat now in Licking County and you weren't earlier, just a very few simple things to keep in mind. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible as this updates in real time. We want you to go to the basement if you have one, the lowest floor, or in an interior room. Don't forget to take your phone charger. If you can't catch us on over the air or on cable or on satellite dish, you can catch us on the mobile app. It's a critical way for us to communicate to you while you're taking shelter and you might not have access to a television. And we're especially concerned now in areas in west central and central parts of Licking County, just northeast of Johnstown and just south of Croton. And that area is moving to the south and east at about 40 miles an hour. So Delaware County, for the moment, you're in the clear. The threat for the tornado has moved out of Delaware County, but that threat continues over towards St. Louisville, north of Granville, north of Newark, for the next 30 to 60 minutes. So please keep that in mind as the situation continues to evolve. And that warning now goes all the way to the eastern edge of Licking County. So we're going to watch that situation very carefully as it does. If we could put a quick track on that, Michael, as things are updating once again, we're looking at the continuation of the threat for St. Louisville, Hickman, Reform, and Perryton. 17, 26, 32, 35 minutes. Heading over toward Frazeysburg, Dresden, and Zanesville, a little further outside and beyond the tornado warning at this moment. But if that situation extends and continues, those locations, you've got a few minutes to make your plan. And if you have a plan, it's now time to take action. So please keep that in mind. If we zoom out maybe for a second to give a little bit of perspective right now, again, this is a largely rural area, but still the counties and communities just northeast of Johnstown. Further north of Marion, you're in the clear. South and west of Washington Courthouse and Circleville, some scattered showers and storms, but nothing severe. The other area that we're watching very closely is just west of Madison County and Union County. And this storm in Urbana, near Urbana, is showing signs of being tornadic. And even if it's not tornadic, has been producing some large hail, some winds, and a lot of lightning, and some very heavy rain and gusty winds. So you can kind of see those two warnings at the moment laid on top of each other as the National Weather Service is monitoring this situation closely. So that's soon to be around Route 68 and moving off toward the east at a pretty similar speed. So we're watching that as it gets closer to the 10 TV viewing area. At the moment, that risk is not quite yet in, but it has about 53 minutes from Plain City, 39 minutes from Milford Center, 28 minutes from Mechanicsburg, and about 10 minutes from Urbana. So we're watching that situation very closely. But the most immediate threat for severe weather and a tornado, that is still the storm in Licking County. So that's where we're going to focus our attention as we go back to that particular thunderstorm, which is still showing rotation right now. Been on the air now for a couple of hours, Michael, and doing a great job. Thank you for driving and really helping us to walk through this storm. Earlier, we had a couple rounds of showers and storms. There were sub-severe, but I saw you earlier in the evening and it said the sunshine came back out, temperatures were back around 70 degrees, and the dew points were coming up, and that set the stage to what we're dealing with tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We were worried about that first round of storms earlier today and what that might do to the atmosphere. Unfortunately, it came through without doing much, and behind it came the clearing. That clearing, what now is helping to fuel the storms. In fact, we'll go back to the time lapse today. We had the sunshine come through, we clouded over, here came the first round of storms, and then look at those peaks of sun back into the evening. That's what we're paying for right now in terms of the severe weather potential. Even at this hour, we are approaching 9:36 tonight, 9:37 tonight. Temperature in the city of Columbus still 68 degrees. That is very warm for this time of the year, especially this time of night. Those winds still coming in from the south and west. That's warm, moist air helping to fuel this environment. And you can kind of see in the dew points here the dividing line between who's seen severe weather tonight and who hasn't. That travels right along I-70 across central Ohio. Areas to the north here, you've been worked over by some storms. Your dew points have gone down a little bit. Areas to the south here, not quite as much. We're still seeing dew points in the 60s, so that potential for severe weather remains with those storms that come through here this evening. As far as the current warnings go, again, we're tracking 2 tornado warnings here in central Ohio. That one for Licking County, still under a tornado warning at this time. That strongest part of the storm in the northwestern side of the county. This warning going to continue until 10:15 tonight. And if we don't see any kind of weakening with this storm, any kind of loss of organization, we will likely see this even continued out toward the Zanesville area and possibly even further east from there. But like we've been saying tonight, we're not done after one round of storms. That next round out toward Champaign County is going to be working its way into London, Marysville, Union Counties, Madison County here within about the next hour. That's got about, I would say, an hour, maybe slightly more than an hour before it works its way into Franklin County. Areas south of I-70, you could potentially see severe weather later tonight. We're watching cells forming south of I-70, nothing quite as strong as what we've seen so far, but there's still severe weather south of Indianapolis working its way out of Indiana, and that's going to travel through here before we're all said and done tonight. So we're not close to the end of this system as we work our way through this evening, and in fact, likely going to see the system continue to produce severe storms as we work our way through tonight, with the severe weather threats stretching all the way back down through Kentucky and heading our way as well. So there's a lot left to get through tonight, a lot more storms heading our way. It's just going to be an active night, one of those nights where you got to stay weather aware the entire night. If we can clear anybody from the threat, it's really going to be the extreme northern portions of central Ohio right now. Areas north of Union County, I would say Crawford County, you're not likely to see anything else develop tonight. I would say probably Hardin County also in the clear right now. But outside of that, the rest of us, we still have to stay weather aware through the rest of this evening, Jerry.
Michael, I think we got a couple of pictures in right now, or some video coming in from the eastern parts of the viewing area, or just east of Columbus, I should say. We have reports of pea-sized hail in many locations in and around Delaware County. Some reports of some trees down and some damage in Delaware County as that storm moves into Licking County. So the opportunity continues. As you mentioned, not everybody is seeing the severe weather, especially off toward the north, hopefully getting a little bit of a lull. Even to the south, we're seeing some thunderstorms, but not quite reaching severe levels. There are 2 areas of concern. One we'll get to in a moment, but most notably, let's take note of the one that's happening in and around Licking County. That's where the active tornado continues. And this other area that we're watching right now is lightning flashes. This area is shaded in the light gray. That's an indication of hail. And we've seen reports of golf ball sized hail in some spots. Say again where this location is. Union County right now coming back in, and this was reports of some downpours and some hail. All of these storms are capable of producing a lot of lightning, some very heavy rain, some damaging winds, and of course some hail. The exceptions are where we're seeing the large hail up to 2 inches in some spots, and then the storms are rotating, and that's where we're seeing some of the tornadoes. These storms, Michael, as we talked about earlier, have shown prolific hail in some spots, and right now we're looking at that area shaded in the purple, the most likely area that we're seeing. Size right now a ½ inch, in some spots perhaps a little bit bigger. That's about the size of a nickel. But in some locations earlier has hail 1 to 2 inches plus. So again, some severe hail continues to be a threat right now. What we're looking at, we're shifting gears for a moment. We're still under that tornado warning for Licking County, most notably right now Utica down towards St. Louisville. There's 657 for a frame of reference, and there is Route 13. We are north of Granville and Alexandria. Johnstown, you're in the clear. The areas that are not in the clear are just to the south and east, 661, and where we're seeing this rotation right now. Again, not a terribly heavily populated area, but if you live there and are concerned about that, just north of Country Club Road, northeast of Loudon Street, that area is what we're watching right now, and that's one that we're watching very, very closely. That rotation has not shown signs of weakening, and it's shown signs of actually strengthening and tightening up. And I thought we'd get through the night, Michael, maybe seeing some disruptions, and other areas might have minimized the strength of these particular storms, but that has actually gone counter to what we might have thought, or hoped for, I should say, just about a half hour ago, as these storms are maintaining their strength. If we can widen that perspective out just a bit to give a little bit more, again, this whole area east of Johnstown, while it's still included in the tornado warning, you are in the clear from the tornado. St. Louisville is not. Granville and Newark, you're on the southern edge, not totally in the clear, but still not the main focus right now. That area right around St. Louisville, where that rotation is currently the tightest and is most concerning, and that is happening right now. Hickman in 19 minutes, Black Run in 31 minutes, Frazeysburg and Dresden, 35 and 44 minutes. Then we get over to Muskegum County around Zanesville. That is over 50 minutes away. So please keep in mind, as we're looking at these warnings, we're talking about towns and communities that might be a bit beyond the warning right now, but that's only because these warnings have been extended and continued from the same cluster of thunderstorms over the last 100+ miles. So that's very unusual, especially this time of the night. We don't want you to get caught off guard. We want you to be prepared and do what you need to do to keep your family safe. So really, central and southeastern and parts of Licking County are the main concern right now because of this tornadic thunderstorm. This goes into effect, I believe, for at least another 15 minutes. Michael, correct me if I'm wrong. And after that, then we're going to turn our attention to the west briefly, as another storm might be impacting us, especially taking aim along I-70 in the near future.
Yeah, that's like you said, Jerry. It's been a long night of rotating thunderstorms, a long night of potentially tornadic thunderstorms here, and that continues at this hour. The latest scan coming in of that storm pushing through Licking County, continuing to show strong rotation right now as it crosses Ohio 661 and Ohio 557. This is going to be working its way towards St. Louisville as we head through the next little bit. South of Utica, probably going to be south of Purity, but it might head pretty much straight toward Hickman, or just north of Hickman, as we continue to track this storm this evening. The storm potential remains strong with this for rotation, for possibly a tornado. We've had some reports of it producing a tornado back in Delaware County, in addition to reports of some 2-inch diameter hail in Delaware County. In terms of the hail potential with this particular part of the thunderstorm, this is a weaker return than what we were seeing in the last hour. So let's track this back just a little bit over the last hour as we track it into Delaware County. That's when it was at its strongest, as it traveled through Delaware, really north of Delaware towards Sunbury. It's been weakening some as it pushes into Licking County, at least the hail potential weakening some as it pushes into Licking County, but the rotation potential remains with this storm at this hour. You see two different views here. That's because we got a couple different radar sites that we are switching between to show best show the rotation in the storm. This is from Wilmington. You're starting to get a little bit further away from the Wilmington, Ohio radar, so this is going to be showing higher up into the thunderstorm. The further you travel from a radar, the higher into the clouds you're looking, so we're sort of getting out of range for that radar. We'll switch to the Cleveland radar as we get a little bit closer to it. And you can again see that rotation potential remains strong in this storm up between St. Louisville and Utica. This is really going to target more, I would say, toward St. Louisville as these storms travel slightly south in addition to their easterly direction. The Columbus airport radar still, I'd say, probably doing the best job showing the inside of that storm and that rotation potential that remains at this hour. In terms of the overall storm characteristics here, we are seeing weakening in this storm in terms of hail, in terms of lightning, in terms of rainfall rate to some degree. We're seeing that start to back down. The rotation, though, has not backed down. The hope will be that here in the next hour or so, if this storm continues to weaken its other characteristics, that we will eventually see that type of change happen inside the rotating part of this thunderstorm, too. Excuse me. Right now, not seeing that change happen, still seeing those strong indicators of rotation. But again, it would be my hope, or I guess we call it wish casting, that if we see those other characteristics start to change, start to weaken, that eventually the rotation will go along with it. Right now, though, like we've been tracking tonight, Jerry, it's just not been the case.
That's a good perspective on that as we're watching the storms as they ebb and flow. Want to draw your attention, of course, we've been talking about Licking County quite a bit for good reason. Just southeast of St. Louisville, south of Utica, that storm still is maintaining some of that circulation and is a major concern. That's why the tornado warning continues for the central and eastern parts of Licking County. If we can go off toward the west, there's a new tornado warning for Champaign County. This goes until about 10:15. This is the storm that we're worried about. If it continues to maintain its integrity, that we're going to watch that storm beginning to move into parts of Union and Madison counties. So that's something we're watching very closely right now, and we'll continue to monitor as we go through the next couple of hours, or next 30 to 60 minutes, I should say. This is a radar indicated tornado. If we can take a look then at just west of Marysville and just northwest of London, that area right now continues to be looked up, going to our weather backup computer right now. That's what I heard you say, Michael. That's what we're looking at right now. We've got a lot going on in the Doppler 10 weather department, and it looks like the opportunity again for severe weather continues at least for the next 30 to 60 minutes. This particular cell right now showing a lot of lightning, and that continues to be something that we're watching. We had mentioned just moments ago, western parts of Champaign County looking to be still under severe thunderstorm warning. The eastern parts of that county just bordering areas around Madison County and Union County. That's what we're concerning ourselves right now. A lot of lightning with the storm. It's a radar indicated tornado, and that's what we're watching right now as this area outlined in the red continues to move east at about 40 miles an hour. If that track continues, and we have no reason to believe that it's not, because it historically has done just that, continue to put down severe weather, lightning, hail, wind, rain, all those things, it will move in and jump into parts of areas around Marysville, Unionville Center, and just north of 70, just north of London in the next 30 to 60 minutes. So that is what we're watching as it's just outside of the viewing area, but could very quickly and easily move in. The other area of concern, of course, is still Licking County as that storm continues to drop southeast, east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Most notably in that area, we're watching the conditions in and around St. Louisville, that is just south of Utica. Those areas around Licking County is what we're watching most closely right now. But everybody that is in Licking County in the southeastern part of that, please take shelter. We've talked about this a couple of times this evening. It's not complicated. If you don't have a plan, you can make one in a couple of seconds. Just remember, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's particularly dangerous because it's happening at night. We don't want to see your pictures or your videos. We want you to take what you can, the necessary measures to keep you and your family safe. That is the case for Licking County and very well could be the case in Madison and Union County in the next 30 to 60 minutes. One other thing to keep in mind, take a helmet if you've got that, bicycle helmet, ski helmet, whatever, and take your shoes. If you are under a situation where there's damage or the structure you're in is destroyed, you're going to have to get out of there, and it's not going to be a situation where you can walk around in bare feet. I know it sounds kind of flippant, but it's not unimportant if you're under the threat of those particular storms. So as many walls between you and the outside as possible. take your phone and your phone charger. You can always watch us streaming on the 10 TV app and do that very easily without being connected to a television. Go to the lowest floor of your house. A basement is preferable. And take your pets, of course, with you and keep them safe too. So, Michael, we had to switch things over a little bit with our computers as they're running hot this evening. It's an unfortunate situation, but this severe weather threat's continuing as we come on 10 o'clock.
Yeah, severe weather threat continuing tonight, Jerry, and we're likely looking at more coverage through the rest of the evening tonight as well. If not for this storm in Licking County, for what is coming through Champaign County right now, eventually over into portions of Union County and Madison County as well. That storm heading our way, but right now we continue to track the tornadic potential with what is pushing through Licking County. This storm here, again, hopefully will finally start to calm down some in terms of what we've seen tonight. We haven't seen it yet, but with the weakening signs of the rest of the characteristics of the storm, we can hope that we'll start to see the rotation start to back down some as well. We'll take a look inside the storm right now. You're looking at the Wilmington radar. There's still some indication of rotation north of Newark up there to the north side of Licking County, but in terms of what we're expecting for this storm to do, we really have to see a continuing trend of weakening for it to eventually work its way completely down and out of the region. As far as what we're expecting these storms to do tonight, they really have continued their strength at the moment. Let's go ahead and switch back to Max 2 right now as well to get a better look inside these storms. That system, again, continuing to show signs of rotation in Licking County. Like I said, what I want to do is take a closer look inside that particular storm cell here from the Columbus radar, because that's had our best picture here. There still is definitely signs of rotation inside this system. St. Louisville, as we were talking about earlier, that's where the heavier portion of this storm is coming through. Those storms eventually going to work their way off toward Hickman and likely toward Perryton as well. The warnings have continued ever since Mercer County all the way back toward the west, and they've not let up since then as they've moved into central Ohio. I'll put the storm tracker on this particular part of the storm as well over about the next hour here to show you just where this cell is going. Pushing off about 40 miles per hour. That's going to get it pretty much in St. Louisville right now. Hickman in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Black Run 20 minutes from now. Ferrysburg about 25 minutes from now. Going to see that particular storm move through your region. The heaviest part of that storm, again, traveling through St. Louisville right now. They've just pared back the back end of the warning in Licking County. The newest warning information from the National Weather Service, still a radar indicated potential for tornado there. Heaviest part of the storm was 5 miles north of Newark, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So again, pretty much in that St. Louisville area at this time. As that storm continues to work its way off to the east, we'll get new data out of the Cleveland radar as it starts to get a little bit further away from the Columbus radar. I want to go ahead and switch over to that view. Again, still seeing those broad signs of rotation. I would say we're finally starting to see these rotation scans weaken to some degree. It's been a long night with this cell. The heaviest portion of time was back in Delaware County as that storm pushed through. Now starting to seem at least a little bit weaker now. We'll switch to the hail potential. That also trending downward. I want to back up the view here, take this back in time a little bit. Look at what we had in Delaware County. You see that big spike of pink? Very strong storm, very strong updraft, very healthy severe weather cell. As that pushed into Licking County, those pinks turned to reds, eventually to greens and yellows, and now just greens. And while we are still seeing some rotation in the cell, what we're seeing in terms of the potential strength has really dropped. The lightning also continuing to trend downward. Still seeing frequent lightning in Licking County, but if you remember a couple hours ago, this was closer to 150, 200 strikes per 30-minute period. We're now looking closer to about 30 strikes in that same time frame. So this is another positive sign that we're losing some of the energy in this cell. And really, Jerry, this is what I've been hoping for about the last hour or so that we would get into this sort of dirty air, this area of Ohio that's had some thunderstorm activity work its way through, and that maybe we could take some of the energy out of the storm.
We talked about that earlier, Mike. You've been tracking these storms since really after lunchtime today. We had a team call after that to kind of do a handoff and work our way through the afternoon. We had that line go through just before supper time, before our evening newscast, and that we thought might kind of settle things down. It actually did the opposite. It cleared things out. It left a little bit of moisture, and that, along with the sunshine, put temperatures back around 70, and that has provided more than enough fuel for these thunderstorms. And unfortunately, these storms really started to fire just around 7 o'clock and are continuing after sunset and now going through dark. That makes the situation even more dangerous. So the one area we're watching right now, while it is showing signs of weakening, that doesn't mean we're completely taking the threat off the table, in particularly the northern and central parts in Licking County, the eastern half of the county that is south of Utica, that is north of Newark, and that is moving east. Again, not a lot of large towns and communities there, but if you are living in east parts of Licking County, now's an opportunity for you to take shelter if you haven't already. Again, we're talking areas literally between Utica, Granville, and Newark off toward the northeast. And if this continues, it will be moving into parts of Muskegon County as well. So the storm itself is still showing some rotation, but it's moving further away from the radar, and it also appears to be weakening slightly. Less hail likely, less lightning likely, and that hopefully is an indication, as you said, hopefully kind of hope casting that this storm is weakening. As it does track south and east, it still is going to impact, even if it does weaken, areas around Hickman 9:57. That's in 2 minutes. Frazeysburg at 10:13, Dresden 10:21, Adamsville and Browns Heights 10:32, and then 10:54. So that's what we're watching right now. Again, an area under the tornado warning in eastern and parts of Licking County that continues for a few more moments. If we can take the scan off to the west right now, we're still watching that tornadic storm that is in Champaign County, just moving into parts of Madison and Union County. At this time, the storm is still showing a lot of lightning. It's still showing some rotation, and that's concerning. This rotation we've been talking about, you've been watching us for a little while this evening, where we get that tight couplet, these two different colors close to each other, that's an indication that the storm itself is rotating above the ground, and as that circulation tightens, that is a sign that it could be reaching the ground and producing a tornado. So now we're talking about areas just southwest of Mechanicsburg. Yes, technically that is outside of our viewing area, but this is likely to continue and to move into the 10 TV viewing area in a matter of moments. If it weakens and does that, we will let you know, but this is the one area that we're concerned because this is pretty much due west of Columbus. That is just north of Interstate 70, north of London, Summerford, south of Plain City. What you're looking at here is the northern parts of Union County or Madison County, and that is what we're looking at as well as the storm begins to move in. Sorry, that is indeed Union County. Again, the storm right about to cross over the county line in the next couple of moments. And if that warning continues, we will let you know. But a broad perspective, Mike, we sounded the all clear for areas across the north in terms of the imminent threat for severe weather. Down to the south, they're getting some active severe weather. This storm is concerning. The one in Licking County still bears watching, but we're also looking at some areas, Circleville, Lancaster, Washington Courthouse. You've had some active weather, but not severe. One other thing we're watching right now further off toward the south, this one around Clinton County, and that's moving off toward the northeast. That orange outline, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Not to be dismissed, but it's not a tornado warning. Most likely threats there are some large hail, some gusty winds, some lightning, and some very heavy rain. But it's the two tornado warnings that we're watching right now, one in Licking County and one just to the west. But keep that in mind that we're going to be watching and tracking this active weather. And this is something to take very seriously. Many of these storms have a history over the past couple of hours of producing significant damage and injuries. We're talking trees and structures, most notably around Delaware County. We've seen reports around Union County, around Logan County, and then areas off to the northwest of that as well, stretching all the way back to Indiana earlier this afternoon. So the threat continues this evening. We're watching right now, hopefully a little bit of a reduction in the severity, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. If we can go back to that storm in Lincoln County, for example, that's still something that we're watching as we get them up on 10 o'clock this evening. They're still keeping that tornado warning intact because of some of that rotation right now, but it is getting a little further away from the radar side. I think the Columbus radar, if that's what we're looking at, that's doing the best bet of trying to capture that rotation and give us an idea of where things are. Again, it's weakened significantly over the past 30 to 60 minutes. When it was in Delaware County, much more ominous. So would not be at all surprised to see this begin to diminish, but overall, we're still watching. This is actually coming from Cleveland right now, still showing some rotation there as it moves into eastern parts of Licking County. If we could put a quick track on that, Michael, and then we'll hand it back over to you for an update. This is an area that we're watching around Dresden. Many of you are familiar with Dresden, of course, the basket around Frazeysburg, that area, again, out 161. Black Run, Frazeysburg, Dresden, 8 minutes, 11 minutes, and 20 minutes. Ellis, and then we're over toward Conesville, 23 and 29 minutes. And then we get out of Licking County and then over toward the northeast. That area around Byesville, about an hour away. Cambridge, again, about 54 minutes. So we're getting to the eastern parts of the viewing area. Hopefully this storm continues to weaken. But as we've talked about several times this evening, Michael, these storms have a history of kind of ebbing and flowing. And just when we're thinking or hoping that we might see a decrease in the intensity, then the storm has a history of kind of going against us and firing right back up again.
Yeah, indeed. We've been watching these storms all evening long here across central Ohio, and we continue to see strong storms pushing into the region tonight. We'll be watching carefully storms coming from the west. In fact, that storm that's heading toward us now issuing a severe thunderstorm warning that does include portions of Franklin County. Not a tornado warning for now for the storm coming out of Champaign County, but severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Franklin County, Delaware County, Clark, Union, and Madison County. That's going to go until 10:45 tonight. Risk for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail come along with this storm. Hail being a certain factor that could cause some damage. The Weather Service is highlighting there. A tornado also remains a possibility with this storm as it pushes into portions of central Ohio. We're not seeing that yet in terms of a tornado warning, but we are going to be watching this as this starts to take aim at the Columbus Metro here in the next hour or so. I do want to look inside this storm here for what we could see in terms of rotation potential. The good news here is this is fairly close to the Wilmington radar, so this is going to be able to get an okay view inside the storm there, or as close as you can, and it's messy. It's not looking like any one spot has a very strong sign of rotation, but there is some broad rotation in the storm, which is why the Weather Service is still highlighting that a tornado could form with this particular cell. In terms of the hail potential, north of Mechanicsburg right now, where we're seeing some of the strongest potential for that area of the storm traveling along Ohio 29 there. That's eventually going to work its way into portions of Madison County, southern Union County, and that would likely track eventually off just the north of I-70, likely toward the Hilliard area where we saw those severe storms just a few weeks ago. This is going to be an area to continue to watch tonight as this storm starts to form. What kind of energy can it take advantage of in the atmosphere? What kind of organization can it produce? The good news is, like we said, for the moment, the rotation potential, messy. That's not to say this can't strengthen as we go on for the next little bit here. It certainly could, but as of right now, at least, no tornado warning as the storm starts to enter the 10 TV viewing area, though it is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And given the trends of storms tonight, it's going to be worth watching very carefully. Also, severe thunderstorm warnings back out just to the southwest of Champaign County. We're seeing those storms. Clark County, severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Greene County, and back out through Miami County and Montgomery with more severe storms heading our way. So this is going to be a night where, while the southern half of the 10 TV viewing area has been very quiet so far in terms of severe weather, you are just going to start to pick things up. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings further to the south, just barely touching Fayette County, mostly in Highland County, but that's eventually going to track over toward Ross County. So that's going to be something we have to watch here in the next hour or so. And then again, of course, that continuing tornado warning, at least for now, in portions of Licking County. But the thing I keep saying here, this looks less and less impressive every scan. It's very messy now. The lightning is going down. Rotation still some in the storm. Cleveland has been giving us the best view inside this particular part of the storm, and it's still certainly there. You're seeing that broad rotation in the storm. These supercell type storms, when they do finally start to die, even as the other threats diminish, the rotation can sometimes stay with them for quite a while, and we are still seeing that rotation right now between Hickman and Perryton, eventually going to work its way off toward the Frazeysburg area, likely a little south of Graham Corners. But again, this particular part of the storm still showing rotation. That's over toward Hickman Road northeast, eventually over toward Reform, Licking Valley Road southeast, all going to be areas where you need to be in your storm shelters right now, because even a weaker storm or a weaker tornado is still something that could do damage, and especially when it creeps up on you in the night.
Mike, you talked about some of those key areas we're watching, and many people know where the Longaberger Basket is. That's out near Frazeysburg and Dresden. So that's what we're talking about right now as that storm begins to cross out of Licking County and into Muskegon County. Now, we have shown the tendency for this storm to weaken, but it's still a tornado warning for about another 10 minutes. So we're going to watch that and track that. If it does become a severe thunderstorm warning or perhaps weakens out of that range, then we will be the first to let you know. But right now, again, just for a frame of reference, if you've ever been out that way, or perhaps you know somebody that might live around those landmarks or those roads, give them a call, text message. If you don't have an opportunity to let them know, just any means necessary really to let them know that they are under the threat from this particular dangerous storm. And if it does weaken and no longer is tornadic, it still has a history of producing some extremely high winds, some large damaging hail, some very heavy rain, and a lot of lightning. And one of the things that we touched on a little bit was that the hail, a quarter size, maybe a little bit larger golf ball size, that's enough to produce some damage in of its own. So it might be an opportunity. Some pictures coming in from a viewer from Jackson Center. That area is in and around, I believe, Logan County, just northwest of Bell Fountain. That area, again, west of Bell Fountain, has some significant damage this evening, and that's just an example of some of the hail. We've seen some even bigger than that, almost egg or racquetball size earlier. So don't be dismissive of the hail potential. If you have a garage, maybe if you pull your vehicle in there or just do something to possibly keep it intact, that would be welcome. But you don't have a lot of time to do that if you are in Muskegon County, because this storm is coming your way. Again, we're watching and waiting, about 10 minutes away from this particular warning set to expire. The back edge will be carved away, Utica, Granville, and Newark. Based on what we're seeing right now, you are in the clear from the tornado. Areas around Dresden and Frazeysburg, you are not. We're talking areas just north of Zanesville, north of Grayshot, north of I-70 for a frame of reference. That's what we're looking at, the most significant threat in the next 10 to 20 to 30 minutes for this particular storm. The northern third of Muskegon County right now, and the southern bit of Coshocton County right along that line. That area is again showing the most intense rotation, but even that intensity is down a notch from where it was just a short while ago. So if we expand this view just a bit, we'll give you a quick update and around the horn, if you will, of the warnings that are occurring in some of the areas that we're still watching. A lot of lightning from these storms. Those areas we're showing in the orange, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, we saw a history of some hail, some wind, lightning, and heavy rain, and some gusty winds and possibly some damage. But what we're looking at right now is a couple other areas that are under a flood advisory, central and eastern parts of Delaware County, another component to the storm, and then still that shaded red area, that is northeast of Newark and Licking County, and that is the only remaining tornado warning that we have for about 8 more minutes. So I'm not ready to call it yet and catch my breath and kind of settle down for the evening newscast, Michael, but this is a little bit encouraging while we're still under the threat for severe weather, and hopefully that threat for tornadoes has been diminishing over time.
Yeah, hopefully we can get rid of that tornado threat here as we get into the overnight hours. It's already been around for hours tonight, and we continue to track it here at 10 TV. As far as the rainfall, there's also been quite a bit of heavy rain that has traveled with these storms. These are just radar estimated rainfall totals that have gone through portions of Delaware County and Union County. We'll put some numbers here. That's an estimate just to the north of Delaware, right around 2.1 inches. North of Marysville, 1.3 inches. As you get closer to Sunbury, close to 3 inches of rainfall estimated to fall in the last 12 hours. And as we go back to that alerts map, you can see there's also flood alerts in place, flood advisory in Delaware County till 12:15 tonight. Minor flooding of some low-lying areas, a result of the heavy rains that have come through with this particular system. We'll keep an eye on that, but the bigger threat has remained the severe weather risk this evening. And of course, watching to see what happens with this particular storm as it starts to travel out of Licking County, out of the Wilmington, Ohio Weather Service office into the Pittsburgh office as it gets into Muskingum County and Coshocton County to see what we do with this particular warning. Hopefully we can see this finally start to be let go. That would be my hope here as things have started to weaken this evening. But again, that rotation on a broad level does still remain in this particular thunderstorm. That's going to be heading toward the Dresden area, Frazeysburg area, Ohio 16 there. You see just to the north of that, near Frazeysburg is where this storm is going to be working its way through right now, north of Black Run, south of the Graham Corners area, where we're seeing some of those heavier portions of the storm come through. I want to take a look at some of the other storm properties here. Hail.
Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Michael. Just got some new information just then. Talking about the hail, of course, still a serious threat. The National Weather Service has expired that tornado warning for Licking County. That just came in a couple of seconds ago. Not to mean that those folks are out of the woods because of the opportunity for the hail and what other storm threats that we mentioned. All those are still on the table. But at the moment, that tornado warning for Licking County will be expiring. I'm sorry, it will be allowed to expire until 10:15. So we have a couple minutes left of that particular warning, then it's going to be allowed to expire, and we will, of course, let you know. But as you were saying, the threats continue with the possibility of the hail being the main component, not just that storm, but the storm that it's working its way toward Columbus in the very near future. Yeah,
the storm that's heading toward Columbus, our next threat that we will be watching in terms of rotation potential right now. Good news is what we're seeing out there still pretty messy. I'm not seeing anything out in portions of Madison County that screams dangerous rotating thunderstorm at the moment, at least from what we can see here on the Wilmington, Ohio Weather Service radar. We'll switch over to the Columbus radar, a little bit far out right now, but I would say similar situation, nothing that screams at me. Rotating storm at the moment. In terms of the hail potential, we are seeing some hail potential work its way southwest of Plain City. You can see the strongest area of hail there, north of Lafayette Plain City Road, just working its way along Rosedale Plain City Road. This is going to be between Ohio 38 and US 42. So we'll watch to see if this strengthens or weakens. I want to track it back over the last hour just to see what kind of trend we've seen here. It's kind of pulsed up and down. It was about the strongest by Urbana over in Champaign County. It pulsed down as we traveled into Madison County. Now we're starting to see it pulse back up. So the concern will be watching this storm very carefully as it enters Franklin County and Madison County, working its way toward Hilliard. If this starts to show stronger severe weather signs at any point in the near future, and it very much could. And it's going to be something we watch carefully here. In terms of lightning, we've seen a fair amount of lightning strikes out there in Madison County as well, particularly related to this storm. This cell producing about 60-ish strikes in the last half hour. So again, this is something to keep a close eye on as this particular area of the storm works its way through. I should say 60 strikes in the last 10 minutes with this particular part of the storm. So this is going to be our next one to watch, and we're going to be watching that carefully here as we head through the next little bit. Continued storms back out towards Springfield. That's where we're seeing those storms continue down toward Clark County, where we could see additional severe weather heading into our neck of the woods here before long. Out toward Greene County, that's going to be impacting places like Fayette County, Ross County here in the next little bit. Southern portions of Fayette County do have a small severe thunderstorm warning that does clip your region, but that particular part of the storm not really impacting most of the county. Most of that is going to stay to the south, down closer toward Highland County, but that will eventually travel in toward Ross County, likely toward Chillicothe here with some of those heavier winds and hail potential as this storm continues. Again, the tornadic part of the storm in Licking County, that warning going to be allowed to expire here. We're just minutes away from that particular part of the storm coming to an end. As far as what the Pittsburgh office is going to do with that storm, it looks like they are monitoring it, but it does not appear that they intend to take action as far as a new warning goes. So when this one wraps up here, we should be done with the tornado warnings, hopefully for the rest of the night, but at least for a little bit here this evening. We can take a break, kind of catch our breath here, reset, and keep a close eye on those storms that are still yet to come, including what will be heading toward Franklin County here tonight as well. As far as what we have back out toward the west, again, we continue to track a severe thunderstorm warning. That does include the western portions of Franklin County for what is coming out of Madison County at this time. Lots of lightning involved with this particular cell, in addition to the the potential for some hail with this part of the storm as well. I want to switch to just single radar here to keep a close eye on this particular part of the storm. We're just looking at the Wilmington radar right now. Heaviest portion of the storm pushing through Madison County, really from just to the west of West Jefferson up along US 42 all the way north to the county line up toward Plain City. We're starting to see the rain pick up in Hilliard. We're starting to see conditions deteriorate up toward Dublin. We're going to see this storm work its way into the county over the next few minutes here. I want to get a bigger view of this particular part of the storm and put a storm track on just the entirety of the storm here as it moves off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So this particular part of the storm a little bit slower moving than some of the other storms that we've seen here tonight. We'll track just the leading edge there off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. That's going to get it through Franklin County over the next hour here. It's going to be in Hilliard at 10:21, Columbus Metro 10:36, the Gahanna area at 10:45, and Violet Township by 11:01. I do believe we have some new storm video into us here at 10 TV as well. This is from Lewis Center where you can see very ominous looking cloud up there in the sky between those lightning flashes. It's hard to see from my angle here. But that looks like that might be a bit of a shelf cloud there, Jerry.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. We look at that, the leading edge of that, low to the ground. It kind of looks like a spaceship arcing over that. Especially difficult to see at night, except when it's illuminated by lightning. And a couple of those flashes, then it looks very ominous in the sense that some of those clouds might be lowering. There's a lot of rain there, a lot of hail. Appreciate the videos sent along here, but please only do so when you can do that safely. The situation. This is from Lewis Center, a storm video along Hidden Cove Circle, courtesy of Steve Brooks on our 10 TV family up north. And just an unbelievable picture this evening and a testament to the power of these storms. As we've gone through the past couple of hours, we've seen a tremendous amount of damage being reported and some locations near total destruction, some injuries as well. And we're looking at a continuation of this night being very, very active. One of the things we've talked about, kind of transitioning here, mercifully to not tornadic thunderstorms, Michael, but the opportunity for just severe thunderstorms. I don't mean to diminish that threat by saying only, but it is not a tornadic threat at this time. We've got good radar coverage from this particular storm. It is not showing signs of rotation as its predecessors did, and that means that while we will see some hail up to 1 inch, and we're looking at locations that are very familiar to you, Hilliard, Columbus, 10:36. You've got 20 minutes in Columbus to prepare for this storm as it bears down. Gahanna, 10:45, Violet Township, around Pickerington, and Pataskil, 11:03, as this storm crosses over into Licking County. Areas that might not have gotten hit by the earlier storm are under the gun from this particular storm. So we're going to continue our coverage for the course of this evening. We're all in on the weather coverage right now because of the impact this has had on many of our friends and neighbors and viewers in and around central Ohio. Looking quickly at the outline of this particular severe thunderstorm warning, I'm anticipating the back edge of that will be taken down if it hasn't already very, very soon. That means that while we're seeing some disruptive weather in southwestern parts of Union County and northwestern parts of Madison County, still concerned about Plain City, Dublin, Powell, Hilliard, West Jefferson, and areas kind of bounded by 33 to the north and 70 and 40 to the south, kind of funneling right into Franklin County and central Ohio. That means even though there's no warning at this minute for Dublin, for Worthington, for Upper Arlington, for Columbus, for Bexley, for Groveport, Grove City even, those areas that I just mentioned are under the threat. Gahanna, New Albany, for example, and even Westerville. Southern edge of that storm is not severe, but we're looking at that particular track as it drops southeast, and this is going to pick up some highly populated areas. And this storm has a history of, while not producing a tornado, some exceptionally large hail, some frequent lightning, some gusty winds, and it can certainly do some damage. Dublin, 10:21, you got 3 minutes. Columbus at 10:39, Gahanna 10:47, Groveport 10:58, and Pickerington at 11:09. Again, you'll see a little bit of activity before those times, but the bulk of the storm, the heaviest hitting part of that storm at these times that we just listed out, mainly in and around Franklin County. In fact, even as I speak on cue, they've extended that severe thunderstorm warning that now includes almost all of Franklin County and does include Columbus. And I have to think Michael, that takes us up to the 11 o'clock hour, if not a little bit beyond.
Yeah, that takes us right into 11 o'clock tonight with the new severe thunderstorm warning that covers, like you said, pretty much the entirety of Franklin County, certainly the loop around Columbus, all under severe thunderstorm warning at this hour as this new system comes through. As of 10:17, severe thunderstorm warning was for a storm located near Lake Darby, moving east now at about 45 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter hail. The big concerns with this particular storm could certainly cause minor hail damage to vehicles and could cause some wind damage out there as well. That's going to be pushing our way over the next hour here as we work our way between now and 11 o'clock tonight. In terms of other threats with this storm, the good news is this new warning does not include the text of a tornado being possible. So we're not seeing those signs of rotation in this storm right now. We are seeing the heavy rain, we are seeing the lightning, and we are seeing the hail potential. But as far as tornadic goes, it's looking like we are at least being spared that problem for now. We have to keep watching these storms this evening to see if that continues to be a threat, if it redevelops or not. Of course, we'll be watching it carefully here over the next several hours at 10 TV. What we're seeing right now in terms of the winds inside the storm, likely going to be a strong front of winds pushing their way into Franklin County. We were looking earlier tonight at what you would see in terms of that little tight ball where rotation would be in the thunderstorm. What we see now, more of a broad front. You can see that here on your screen, that front from Hilliard all the way back down through London. This is likely going to be a front of some very strong winds pushing into central portions of Ohio, Columbus Metro, down toward Grove City, over to the 270 loop as well. So this is likely going to be those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that we were talking about as that pushes into the county here in the next few minutes, already approaching the area in Hilliard. I'm going to put a storm track on that area right along there where we're seeing that potential for the wind gust. Stretch it out again. This storm now moving about 45 miles per hour, so picking up some speed. That's going to put some pretty strong winds in Upper Arlington by 10:28, Columbus Metro 10:33, the Pickerington area at 10:55, Canal Winchester at 11:01, and then on toward Buckeye Lake by 11:09 tonight. This storm going to keep bringing that threat for severe winds in addition to the risk for hail.
Appreciate the update on that particular warning. We're going to watch that and track, and if that changes or evolves or gets worse or better, we will let you know. But Franklin County in particular, Columbus under the gun, Hilliard, Gahanna, Groveport, Pickerington, Grove City, and down toward areas south and east of that, Pataskala, and then toward Buckeye Lake. Those areas, again, under the threat of that storm. We wanted to bring you some new information just into the 10 TV newsroom. These are some incredible pictures coming in from in and around Indian Lake. Almost total destruction right now in some spots. And this is right along the Lake Road and just adjacent, I believe, to Route 33. Some of these areas have experienced just near total destruction. Absolutely heartbreaking, and we appreciate viewers letting us use these pictures right now. This was just as we were getting past dusk. You can see the light from the storms off into the distance. Many of these structures, I'm not going to make an official assessment, Michael, but just by eyeballing this and seeing the trees, even though they weren't in leaf, seeing the limbs ripped off and some of the structural damage, I would put this well over 100 miles an hour and possibly even higher from this particular damage. And you can see again the twisting of the metal. And this does not look like it was a small storm either, as that rotation was something that was very move through areas in and around Logan County. If we could just take a second before we turn our focus back to Franklin County, let's go northwest just for a moment, showing those areas Delaware County, Union County, and up toward Logan County and Hardin County. These areas in and around Bell Fountain are seeing some additional downpours and some thunder. So as initial cleanup and triage efforts continue in those spots, they're not catching a break. They're seeing more showers and thunderstorms right now, lining up and then moving east toward 33 and then heading to the southeast. Again, Marysville, Delaware, Ostrander, not out of the woods. So please, one thing to keep in mind, be especially careful and cognizant of power lines if they're down. If your power is out, it's got to be cut somewhere, and the chances are good that the power lines are on the ground. Please be careful. Do not ever go anywhere near a live power line. If you have a question, assume that it is live and extremely dangerous. Even more of a reason to take those precautions in hand. Hopefully you did that before the severe weather struck this evening. If you have to go out, exercise extreme caution and don't do so until you've got the all clear from the power companies. Please be very, very careful tonight. But just pointing out again, areas north and west of us not catching a break. Here's a little bit of information for those down power line safety. Never touch the down power line. Stay away at least 30 feet. Give yourself a distance and wait till the crews clear things up. Keep that in mind. If you are especially in the dark of night, you might not be able to see these things. An extra level of caution is needed. And of course, we'll update you on 10 TV News at 11, if not before, with the power outages. Do not attempt to move power lines. Don't even with a stick or another object think you can just move it out of the way. That also provides an extraordinary level of danger. That's something that you don't want to try. Leave that to the professionals as the cleanup will start tomorrow morning in the light of day. Not tonight. So please be extraordinarily careful about that. We also have other threats. We've talked about the lightning, the hail, and the heavy rain. Not completely out of the woods, Michael. And you see some of these storms right now lighting up. A little bit of concern, not just for Franklin County and Columbus right now, but areas to our south, just soon to be in parts of Fayette County and perhaps Ross, even Pike County in the next hour or so. But the focus still remains downpours, lightning. Damaging winds possible and large hail. And of course, that downpours could lead to some flash flooding. So if you live in one of those flood prone areas, might not be a bad idea to check your sump pump right now before those downpours move in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the storms are just starting to get to us here in the Columbus Metro. Hearing some thunder now at the station here near downtown. The lightning with the storm not quite as heavy as what we saw earlier tonight, but the rain is coming down at a really good rate here across Franklin County. We could see some minor flooding across the region tonight, particularly areas that are usually prone to flooding would be the biggest concerns. We have had some of those flood alerts in place up toward places in Delaware County. Weather Service report they were seeing some rainfall estimates on the order of over 4 inches per hour as those storms came through this evening. Also seeing a flood advisory out toward Bell Fountain. So we will watch for some minor flooding, but the hail and the wind remain our big concerns tonight with a severe thunderstorm warning covering the entire city of Columbus and most of Franklin County. I saw it pop up there just as I was about to switch away. New flood advisory into Licking County for that same storm as it came through there. So again, minor flooding will be a possibility tonight with that storm. That advisory goes until 1:30 in the morning. They picked up rainfall amounts in excess of an inch with rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour at times. So could definitely see some minor flooding in the usual problem spots over in Licking County. I want to go ahead and get back to the latest live radar right now as the storms enter the Columbus area. Right now we're seeing the heavier storms work their way just now inside the 270 loop, Dublin to just north of Grove City. Upper Arlington dealing with some of those heavy storms right now as well. Hail potential out there. That's creeping along just a little bit behind the main front of the storms. We're seeing that travel just to the north of Hilliard right now, where you see those reds on your screen. That's where strongest area of hail potential, those yellows, oranges, and reds. That's going to be over toward Hayden Run Road, Avery Road, just to the west of 270, Scioto Darby Road to the north. Going to be seeing that biggest threat for hail. That's likely going to work its way over toward Dublin Road, eventually over toward US 33. And inside of the Hilliard region, just to the northeast in the next little bit. As far as the broader area for hail potential, that's mostly going to stay right now on the northern edge of that storm. Again, could see quarter-size hail with this particular part of the cell, Jerry.
Wow. Unbelievable dissection of these storms, Michael. We've got some incredible video just now coming back in from Delaware County. This area got hit hard just about 30 to 60 minutes ago under that tornado warning, and we're seeing the opportunity now to get some of this video back in. This coming again from Delaware County of the storms just blasting through, the wind driving the rain, and this credit from Rudy. Thank you very much, Rudy, and even some hail, and of course the prolific lightning in the background. This coming from a Ring doorbell, probably one of the safest ways, not to make a joke about about it. But while you're inside safe, you still get that video from the ring. So if you've got some of those and are willing to share with us, we would not mind seeing those. But we do not want you to ever put yourself in harm's way to take a picture or send us video. But this is just incredible in showing the area that came through Delaware County just less than an hour ago.
Indeed, and these storms have really packed a punch all evening, whether it's been the tornado threat or just the wind and the hail. We've seen the impacts all across central Ohio, and we've been watching these storms develop, roll through, strengthen, weaken, and continue to produce severe weather the entire time that they do. Right now, thunder and lightning entering the metro area of downtown. We do have some hail reports, quarter-size hail, Davidson and Dublin Road over in Hilliard. As we were talking about, the Hilliard area was going to see the better hail potential as this system starts to work its way into Franklin County. You can see there on the map the area highlighted in blue where we're seeing some of that hail possible. This is going to be working its way toward downtown Columbus, upper Arlington. All of us going to see the potential for some hail coming through. The hail right now crossing over 270, working its way toward US 33, eventually going to head its way off to the Olentangy River Road and into the metro of Columbus. Ohio State campus going to see this come through as well with the hail potential here tonight. So this is going to be a threat that continues through the next hour or so in terms of hail. The threat for wind getting very close to downtown Columbus too. We're seeing that same feature we were talking about as the warning came out, that kind of little front, that little bow right there in the wind data coming into us here at 10 TV. We're not seeing rotation in there, thankfully, and I don't see anything that looks like it could be rotation in there, which is definitely a good sign given the storms that we've had tonight. I do want to switch over to the Columbus radar, get a better view of that. Again, those sort of brighter colors there. Definitely going to see some strong winds entering the metro here in the next few minutes.
Storm and a great example, Michael, of just looking inside the storm. And what we're seeing right here is this leading edge and kind of that bow or that curve that is gusting out and kind of pushing the leading edge of the storm. And that's what the radar is picking up. As the winds come toward the radar, that's the leading edge right now. And that's normally we see the highest gust, the highest wind, possibly some damage, and even the hail begins to occur right at or in the beginning of the storm, oftentimes with a structure like this. Tracking this particular cell out right now, it's moving at a pretty good clip. Gahanna, Pickerington, and Buckeye Lake, 1035, 1049, 1101. Thornville and Zanesville, further off toward the east, they're out of the purview of this particular severe thunderstorm warning, but they are still under the gun at 1106 and 1129. So if you're in Franklin County, let's take a closer look right now and just drill down again to some street level areas in and around Columbus proper. As you can hear it on our roof, we can if you can't. And this area again, right in downtown, we're looking at Joyce Avenue, Upper Arlington, West 5th Avenue, north toward Worthington, Stimmel Road, Alum Creek Drive, Freebus Avenue, and then heading toward Bexley and over near the airport right now. Have to imagine they're experiencing some disruptions. If not, they soon will be. This is a live look right now in downtown Columbus. Just moments ago, you could actually see the city. There's visibility going to zero with the wind, the rain, the lightning coming back in, possibly some small hail as well. Now, the hail is not going to be the entire county or the entire warning wide. There'll be pockets or the core of hail, but where it falls, it could be up to 1 inch plus in diameter, and that could cause some serious damage. So hunker down with this storm. As Michael just mentioned, it's not showing rotation, which is a little bit of a sigh of relief, but unless we're looking at this storm from a different perspective, it's not tornadic, but it is still severe. And at the moment, we're looking at it being the only severe thunderstorm warning in and around the metro. Dublin, Powell, Hilliard, London, you're in the clear. That is a little bit of good news. To the east, New Albany, Gahanna, Pataskala, Pickerington, Groveport, Bexley, and down to the south, Lithopolis, you are not in the clear. Reynoldsburg also under the gun from this particular thunderstorm. A lot of lightning, visibility is going to drop, some extremely heavy rain coming in, and the possibility of some hail too. And right now, going side by side here, this is what the radar scan looks like, and this is what downtown looks like right now from our Skyview camera. And there's not a whole lot of downtown to see, but what we are seeing again is that lightning and just the impacts from these storms. And even though it's not a tornado, still need to exercise some good judgment and caution. Get inside, stay away from windows. In case the power goes out, kind of charge your phone. If you haven't already, you might have one of those portable power packs. That would be extremely helpful. And don't forget your pets. They probably need a little bit of TLC too, and probably keep them with you and take shelter as well. One other thing to keep in mind is that while we have seen some video from ring cameras and people that are safe distance from the storm, this is not the time for you to go out after the storm passes and look around or take pictures and video. Exercise extreme caution as we do. Many locations in and around central Ohio are in multiple level structures. If you can, you're not already, go to the lowest floor. That's the ideal location. If you can't, and this is the same logic and the same advice for tornado warnings, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows, of course. And if at last resort, if you can't do any of those things, the best opportunity is go to a protected environment, an interior room, and protect your head. Very similar guidance for tornado warnings. You want to go to an interior room, bathroom, hallway, stairs on the lowest floor of your structure. Best bet, if you can, if you have one, is a basement. Many central Ohioans don't have that, so they've got to choose option B, which is that interior room. Avoid windows, doors, outside walls. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and cover yourself with blankets, a mattress, or pillows for protection. And a couple other things. Pillows, not a bad idea for some coverage. Take your shoes with you, take your phone charger, take your pets. Keep that in mind too as you're making these plans. Hopefully, the severe threat will be diminishing with time, but we've been tracking it for hours and we'll continue to do so up till 11 o'clock. Michael?
Yeah, certainly going to continue to track this severe threat here this evening. While we haven't seen flash flooding, we are seeing the possibility for minor flooding out there tonight in low-lying areas, poor drainage areas. So these tips good for any kind of flooding situation. Remember, turn around. You never know how deep water is, especially at night. A few inches of water and a few feet of water have the same look when you're coming up on it in the dark. You can also never tell how fast that water is moving. It can take as little as 6 inches of water to sweep away even sturdy vehicles. If you do need to move to higher ground, make sure you do that as well. Of course, never drive through any of those flooded roads. And we certainly could see some flooding on those roads tonight with the heavy rain that has fallen across central Ohio tonight. And rain likely going to become the primary factor here as we work our way deeper into the evening. Because just look at the radar now, how much this is lit up in the last hour. I'm going to back this up and loop it over about the last hour. You can see the big area of rain starting to develop south of I-70, the Lancaster area down to Circleville, Logan, Chillicothe, picking up heavy rain showers right now. None of that leading edge severe, which is good news. The second factor to that would be if we get this area down here, as we go John Madden on this for a second. This takes energy out of the skies. This second spot back here, less of a chance of being severe. The bad news is both of these rounds of rain have to come through. And with heavy rain, prolonged rain, the flooding risk going to pick up. I would expect as we head into tonight, would not be shocked to see that risk continue. The heaviest rain that we've seen so far has been north of I-70, the same counties, unfortunately, that dealt with the severe weather. As you get up toward Union County, out toward Bellefontaine County, Logan County, Bellefontaine, over toward Delaware and into Licking County. That's where the heaviest rain has fallen so far today. That's where the flood advisories are in place right now. As the night goes on, I would expect to see more flood advisories form south of I-70. I would say places like Fayette County, Pickaway, Fairfield, Perry, Hocking, Athens, Ross definitely have a good chance picking up a good amount of rainfall as we work our way through tonight and these storms continue to press on through. I'm going to look at our hour-by-hour forecast here, doing a decent job of showing the placement on these storms. As we head through the rest of tonight, lots of rain falls south of I-70. That means we're looking at additional rain accumulation, of course, and a potential for flooding, especially in those low-lying areas as we head through tonight. Already seeing that rain come together here at this hour. Thankfully, the severe weather threat starting to diminish. But again, it's going to be a long night for crews out there, especially those that are cleaning up as we look back to the north and some of those hardest hit areas back toward Logan County, on up toward Harding County. picking up more rain at this time, so it's just going to make cleanup efforts that much harder. Andrew?
Michael, throughout the evening, you've been talking about the damage there in Logan County. We can show you some of that with a tweet earlier tonight by Matt Bruning from ODOT. He says that they're now using snow plows to remove some of the trees from the roadway there in Logan County. This picture really telling the story of the debris down in that area. Logan County, one of the areas that we are headed to tonight. I want to show you, they are not on AEP. They're on their different power outage area. So I want to show you, this is the area off of 33 here that seems to have taken the major hit in that area. If you say this area, 702 people close by, 454 people. I'll switch over, hate to put my back towards the camera here. 1,700 people right here out in that area. 4,700 people they serve. That's about 35% of their service area in the dark here, this area there in Logan County. Let's bring you a little closer to AEP. We're talking about Delaware County. Right now, that area also seeing some outages. If I pull this down here, hit this table view, show you the county, and I can show you about 4,500. Oh, that's jumped. It was 4,500 a few minutes ago. Now it's up to 8,503 people here in the Delaware County area. So if you're in Delaware County, you're probably without power at this hour. And this is why. You are not alone. If I pull up here the near me, you all have been sending in video. This is video we saw earlier from Delaware County of that storm passing through from this Ring doorbell camera here. I want to exit this and show you some more of the near me video. This from Marysville earlier today. This quite ominous here. You can see here that David Epps sent us through this video, the storm passing through that area. Plenty of lightning in that area. I can imagine there was some thunder at this time in Marysville during that time. This a little closer here to Columbus and Hilliard. You can see this, some dark clouds there off in the distance from this area. Again, we don't really see your videos, but if you want to send them to us, we will actually, I see another one here popping here. Let's see, that is the same video. My apologies. If I zoom in just a little closer here, I believe there's two popping up. That's the same video. My apologies there. Again, this is how we are seeing what's happening in your neighborhood right here using the Near Me tab on our 10 TV app. But again, right here, this is the story that we are really seeing. There is a mobile home trailer park in this area in Logan County that we are now responding to. A number of damage in that area at this time. Unconfirmed reports of injuries there. But again, this is one of our area that we are heading to right now. And again, number of outages there in Logan County, the area that may have seen the hardest hit by whatever type of weather event that came through this area.
Yeah. Now that was
Let's get back over to Jerry. Jerry.
Yeah, that was certainly a tornado. There's very little chance that it wasn't Andrew, and that's something that we watched very closely during the course of the evening. Is just the unbelievable images coming in, even at the sunset faded this evening. Right now, we'll just give you some perspective here. We've been on the air for several hours covering the severe weather event, the second in nearly 3 weeks across central Ohio. And right now, while the impact is not necessarily tornadic, it is something that still bears watching. We're coming up about 20 minutes till 11 o'clock. We're going to have a full breakdown of the day's events in some of the areas that were hardest hit coming up on 10 TV News at 11. Right now, we're taking a look at a broader picture of the radar scan, which is extraordinarily active. But at the moment, the only area we're seeing with severe weather right now is the area in and around Franklin County. Areas to the west, Upper Arlington, downtown Columbus, Worthington, Hilliard, and just about Grove City, certainly West Jefferson. Those areas that I just mentioned, they are in the clear from the threat of severe weather. Still probably getting rocked a little bit by some wind and some rain, but the threat for hail damage, that is moving off toward the east. Areas we're watching then further off toward the east, we'll put a track on this for you. And these particular storms have really been putting down some very heavy rain and some hail, as well as prolific lightning. This particular track of the storm right now, that's going to just take the bulk of the storm, New Albany, down toward Gehanna, and then stretching down toward Orient. That is moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. So these communities are going to be hit in the next several minutes. Groveport, 10:45. Pickerington at 10:51, Lithopolis 10:59, and Buckeye Lake at 11:05. And of course, we're getting a little bit beyond the thunderstorm warning, which on cue has been extended again. That's something that has been, unfortunately, something that we've been locked into this evening with the severe weather threat. This new area, this severe weather is now being off toward the east. We'll take a look at that right now. So this is something that we're watching. That severe thunderstorm warning that goes into effect until 11:30. kind of a two-pronged approach. Pataskala, Buckeye Lake, Pleasantville, Lancaster, Baltimore, and areas in between. We'll zoom in a little closer right now to highlight some of the counties and the communities that are most under the impact from this particular storm. Pataskala, Pickerington, Baltimore, Buckeye Lake. Further off toward the north, we're also looking at areas just in southern Licking County right now under the threat of that particular storm. South of Granville and Newark, Pataskala over toward Grayshot, Baltimore, Rushville, Lancaster, Lithopolis, and Bremen in central and northern parts of Fairfield County. So it's unfortunate that we're seeing the severe weather threat continuing, but if there is any silver lining, and I don't say this lightly, is that this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Still something that we're going to contend with, but not something that is going to require an excessive means of or an emergency with respect to a tornado. So, Andrew, we've got an update for us. We'll continue to track the storm right now, but that warning has been extended until 11:30 for parts of Licking and Fairfield County.
Jerry, you want to take it back to Logan County and Indian Lake. That is where we are getting images from the damage there that you say is undoubtedly a tornado to touch down in this area because of look at the damage here. It is extensive in that area. This is off of 33 if you're familiar with that area. Take a look at this. This appears to be some sort of structure that is now leveled. Much debris there in the trees. Those trees stripped of many branches in that area. Debris here on this road appears to be 33. Look at that limb right there in the road there. More images, just devastation throughout this area here. We tried calling this neighborhood a short time ago in the newsroom. The phone's down. Then that's quite obvious why. When you go back to this map here, you see there's no power right now in that area because of that storm that moved through that area. More video from our viewers tonight. Viewer Steve Brooks taking video from Hidden Cove Circle in Lewis Center. And this is that video there, Jerry. If you take a look at this, you can probably explain more than I can what we're looking at here. I'm not sure. There's a lot of lightning in the area. And this is, I guess, a danger of seeing these at nighttime. You can't see them because they're wrapped by this rain.
Yeah, that's a problem we've been talking to people about, especially after 7:30, 8 o'clock. It's just too dark. You cannot take a chance. It looks like Steve was far enough away from the core of the storm to be able to take this safely, maybe a mile or three. But what we're seeing, even illuminated by the lightning, is a pretty pronounced shelf cloud or a wall cloud. And those are not rare in Ohio, but they're much more common in the Plain States and really Tornado Alley. But this is something that illuminated. You can clearly see what looks to be kind of like a spaceship arcing out ahead of the storm, and then the rain and the hail wrapping that. And unfortunately, in these situations, many times the tornado is wrapped inside the rain and the hail, and you simply can't see that, even if it's illuminated by lightning. So some incredible video by Steve Brooks, and I imagine we're going to get more video coming up in the next 24 hours plus. But just emphasizing again, especially for locations, be extraordinarily careful, Andrew. People are going to try and get out. They're going to be shocked at what they see in some locations with the severe weather that came through. We encourage everybody to take the necessary precautions. Power lines, objects, things that have been carried a considerable distance or broke or in shambles. Not a situation where you want to be walking around in bare feet or without a means to do so safely. So that's just a little word to the wise. I don't want to sound preachy, but it's something that a lot of people might not think about if they can get a signal. If maybe they're watching us through our 10 TV stream, it's just a situation which is really going to bear an extreme caution.
Yeah, Jerry, we're getting that system moving through our area right now. Upper Arlington seeing some hail falling here. This from Sam sending us this from the Upper Arlington area. You can see the hail and the photos he uploaded to the Near Me tab. I want to go up here to this video just in from Centersburg, Ohio. And this is quite intense. The lightning and the rain coming down in this area. This video courtesy of Brenda Bland. Brenda, thank you for uploading that to the Near Me tab on the 10 TV app. Wow, intense lightning there in that area this afternoon, or evening rather. Back over to Delaware here, and this is video that you can see from that Ring doorbell camera. The wind gust intense, the rain coming down at quite a clip there, and plenty of lightning to light up the night sky there. Thanks to Randy for posting this out of Delaware, Ohio. Again, we are now getting your video and your pictures coming to us at a steady clip here. This right here from a 10 TV in Richwood, Ohio. This is a viewer there sending some hail there in the palm of his hand. That stuff can really damage your vehicles and your home when it comes down at a heavy clip. Again, thank you for sending that in. Looks like some more hail. About a penny-sized hail there from Crystal Ball Drive there in Hilliard, Ohio. We appreciate that from Sarah tonight. Again, not too late for you to upload your pictures, your videos, if it is safe to do so, using the Near Me tab there on 10tv.com. Let's go out here to Newark, Ohio. Let's see what this is. This is more hail coming down there. Again, that's some pretty intense hail coming down there tonight. Our thanks to Heather Price for posting that on the Near Me tab tonight. Again, I want to take you back over to my map, if I remember where I put it, the AEP map here. Excuse my back here. I want to update you on the outages there in Delaware County. If I can use my county map here to upload you there. Oh, go back. Sorry, moving a little too fast for the map here. Our table view, our county. Jerry, stop me at any time I need to. There we go. 8,506 outages reported there in Delaware County. So if you are in the Delaware area, be cautious of those possible power lines down in that area after that system moved through that area. Jerry.
So we do have a little bit of new information coming in, and this is something we don't show all the time, but we're looking at the potential. If we can go to our main weather computer, our Max 1, that just shows what we call the hail tracker. And this is something that is shown, that area purple moving in right through Franklin County. If we can go to that for a moment. That does show, oh, that's on backup. Thank you, weather backup. That would show the area of hail moving in from west to east, and we're seeing that purple right now. Thanks for doing that on the flag, fellas. This area is where we've seen penny to a half inch, maybe even larger hail. Hilliard, downtown Columbus, just south of Gahanna, north of Grove City, Groveport, and then off toward the east, Reynoldsburg and Pickerington, Lithopolis. And that's the latest scan we have. So that storm impacted the entire county, but as we mentioned, the hail core, the worst of that, oftentimes does not. There's no consolation to you if you're inside that, but know that it was not a countywide event. We are watching a continuation of this particular storm cell. Central parts of Franklin County, I'm just going to name a few names here. Columbus, you're in the clear. Westerville, Dublin, Hilliard, and to the west, we're looking in the clear also around Grove City, Orient, and those locations are in the clear. Worst weather now is arcing southeast. We're doing so at a pretty good clip through parts of Licking County and Fairfield County. And this right now, we're going to put a track on that to update you in case you're just tuning in before the 11 o'clock news. This is the area that has a history of producing some hail, some gusty winds, and the potential for some power outages not out of the question as it moves through. So Lithopolis in just about 4 minutes, Buckeye Lake 10:59, Lancaster at 11:13, and Somerset over toward Perry County at 11:17. So these locations, the last few that I mentioned, are just outside of the warning itself, but still, if recent history is any indication of future events, then this is going to be a very dicey situation. Again, not a tornado warning, but a history of damage and some inconvenience from these severe thunderstorms, from the wind and the hail, the lightning and the rain. So those counties and communities are ones that we're watching very carefully. So please be on the lookout there. We're going to broaden the perspective for you as we're coming up on 10 till 11 o'clock, in which we're going to have a full recap of the late day's events, mostly driven by the significant severe weather across central Ohio. We're going to put this into motion for you and just show how things are progressing as we go through the last hour or two. That's showing the slow movement of the storms and the eventual southernmost movement there. It looks like for the most part, while we're not completely out of the woods from some thunderstorms, mercifully the severe threat is diminishing with time and moving to the south and east. Areas to the south and east, I just want to emphasize, not completely in the clear. We're still watching Washington Courthouse, Circleville, Pickaway, Lancaster, Logan, Chillicothe, and down toward the south. Those areas are under the threat for some disruptive, if not severe weather. But at the moment, the only severe thunderstorm warning is exiting Franklin County and moving into Licking County and Fairfield County right now. So just want to kind of give you some perspective and bring you up to speed. As we do that a little further out, we're going to zoom out and show you behind that. We're not seeing a whole lot of additional reinforcements in the storms. That is good news. Not to say we're going to go through the night rain-free, because we'll see some continued showers, especially across the south. But as the evening progresses and Friday morning is upon us, the light of day tomorrow will bring a gradual change, cooler weather and drier weather by day's end. But we still have about 30 to 90 minutes to go, especially in the southern parts of the viewing area, before things finally wind down and the severe threat diminishes. So appreciate you joining us and sticking with us this evening, emphasizing again that while not everybody saw the absolute worst of the severe weather, that it was a significant event for those that did. power outages, power lines down, damage across many counties that we'll be looking at and assessing tomorrow. Still some significant hail. The damage from that might not be available till the light of day. And just reminding everybody once again, as we're looking at a continuation of this particular system moving east, that is not an opportunity to go out and assess the damage. Do not do that on your own. Do not do that in the dark. Leave that to the professionals, especially the power lines. We're more than likely going to see some very heavy rain, perhaps some low-lying flooding, a low-level flooding, and maybe even in your basement. Hopefully your sump pump is working. A couple of very simple things to keep in mind. Never go through water of unknown depth. Never drive or walk through floodwaters. Never try and approach or fix or move a downed power line, assuming that it's live and exceptionally dangerous. And if you have the ability to, as you're assessing damage tomorrow, might want to check in on friends and neighbors in locations that may be outside of your neighborhood or your town, but they may need some help. They may need some help. So we got some new video coming up on 7 till 11. This from Delaware, a couple of spots from Chloe Church, hail pictures. It just kind of, you see the pocket of hail on the left, and then a handful of hail on the, on the right side picture. That looks to be pea-sized, perhaps dime size, and kind of clustered together. Just a testament to the power of these storms. One thing about hail is that it continues to be lofted in the storm and gain size, and these storms were huge. They were monsters as they came through, and just a testament to the strength of the storms and the updrafts, and sometimes up to 100 miles an hour upwards, keeping those hailstones aloft until they can reach such a size in which they fall. Some incredible pictures. Thank you, Chloe. I appreciate you sending those in and doing so safely this evening, and that's something that we will encourage everybody to do tomorrow in the light of day. You can check your Ring cameras and send us those videos, but you can always, of course, add to our coverage. We can't be everywhere, and we will encourage you when you safely can to send us that information through the 10 TV app, which is very easy just to click it and send it, especially if you took that video or those pictures from your phone. So another thing or another reason is to keep that app active is that you don't always need to be connected to a TV. You can be connected by way of the mobile app. Will stream coverage, the news in general, but severe weather coverage in particular, to keep you and your family safe. So even if you've got your phone charged and the power goes out, then the opportunity will be there for you to stay connected. Look right now, downtown Columbus. Improvement, if you will, over the past 30 minutes. You can see downtown right now, lightning and thunder off into the distance as that cell moves off toward the east. Well, I got some update information. Andrew?
Following the situation there in Logan County, we are now able to confirm through our newsroom that Indian Lake Local School District will be canceled tomorrow. So schools canceled tomorrow for Indian Lake Local School District. That is there in the county there that appears to have taken the major hit, Logan County, from a storm that moved through that area. Again, 10 TV on the ground there in Logan County, working to get some new images from the ground there, but that video, that image tweeted earlier from ODOT showing that they are now using snow plows to clear the damage on the ground there is not a good sign there in Logan County tonight. Jerry.
No, I think at the light of day, we're going to see a lot more of that, Andrew, because obviously that's a pretty main highway going through Logan County from Marysville, from Bell Fountain, 33 north and west, and some of the secondary or third roads. Those areas are other areas that we're going to really have to be looked at. Just information coming in right now that one of the reasons that Indian Lake School is closed is that they're using the schools for shelters. Many locations and many families have been displaced from in and around that area from Bell Fountain northwest toward Indian Lake. A vibrant community and kind of a homegrown bunch, and they're going to be struggling and probably going to need some assistance. And they're not alone in areas in and around central Ohio that are impacted by the storm. But from what we can see right now, as those storms came through just around sunset this evening, that area was hit the hardest and bore the brunt of the storms. And cleanup will take some time. Again, just a reminder, as we come up on 11 o'clock, we're going to have complete coverage on 10 TV, walk you through the evening storms, get as much new information to you as possible, and let you know what you can do to be safe. We're looking now at the radar scan and the lightning coming in. That is showing that the main bulk of the storms, if we're just gauging that on the lightning, which is not a bad measurement at this point in time, that shows us the areas that we're looking at, mainly south and east of Columbus. So again, Not to say that areas north and west are not without showers and thunderstorms, but areas south and east continue to be watched. And unfortunately, I just noticed as we're zooming in here that we have an opportunity to tell you about a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in place south of Columbus. This one coming in right now, this one being the case around Ross and Pike County. That severe thunderstorm warning, Pike, southern Ross County until 11:30. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and up to quarter-sized hail. Also, we're looking at another severe thunderstorm warning. This one coming in for southeastern parts of Logan County. This severe thunderstorm continues to be something we're watching right now. Central Hocking County, until 11:45 p.m. That's moving east at 70 miles an hour. So these thunderstorms picking up some intensity and some momentum as they move through the night. Wind gusts, a major concern here. And again, quarter-sized hail a possibility as we put these storms in motion for you. So something that we're watching very, very closely right now are the severe thunderstorm warnings. Even though at this moment there are no tornado warnings, the severe thunderstorm warnings continue right now. So this is what we're looking at as we move through parts of the counties, including areas around Franklin County. That's going to be taken away very soon. Licking and Pickaway County. Further off toward the south, that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Ross and Pike County. That goes until 11:30. We're looking at, again, gusty winds and up to quarter-size hail possible. And then just off toward the northeast of that, this one being in and around Hocking County, impacting Laurelville over toward Nelsonville and Logan. That severe thunderstorm warning, that goes until 11:45. So still looking at a very active weather situation as we're coming up on 11 o'clock, but that does not mean that we're completely out of the woods. And this is looking at some hail, and that's one of the main reasons. You see those areas in and around the green, the yellow, and shading off toward the pink. We saw some of the darker green around Franklin County, and that indication of some pea or some dime-sized hail. But the hail cores to the south of that quarter-size hail, so we're talking about an inch or greater hail, certainly large enough to do some damage. Fortunately, hail cores are normally not more than 1 mile or 2 miles in width, but certainly can be impactful where they fall. So please keep that in mind as we're making our way through the night. Some window rattlers, some hail, some lightning, some thunder, some downpours, all those things are on the table. But at the moment, the threat for tornadoes is dropping, and that is a little bit of good news. Again, still not out of the woods, but a little bit of good news as we come up on 11 o'clock. So quick look at the watches and warnings that are currently in effect before we turn it over to Yolanda and Andrew to kick things off in just a few moments. We're looking at a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern corner of Franklin County, southern parts of Licking County, central and northern parts of Fairfield County. Also looking at the severe thunderstorm warning for Hocking County. That goes until 11:45. And then to the south, we're looking at the severe thunderstorm warning for Ross and Pike County. That goes until 11:30. Main threats from these particular cells are hail and wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. So keep that in mind as we're looking at these particular storms. So we're going to turn it over to Yolanda and Andrew, I believe, for the start of our 11 o'clock broadcast. We appreciate you joining us, and we'll start to wrap things up tonight.
Jerry, we'll begin right away at 11 tonight with pure devastation in Indian Lake from tonight's storm. These pictures telling the story after what looks like a large tornado hit the town. Thanks for joining us tonight on our very rough night. I'm Andrew Kinsey.
And I'm Yolanda Harris. We've been on the air since just after 7 o'clock this evening because of numerous tornado warnings throughout central Ohio. It really has been a wild weather evening. Our Doppler 10 team has been covering you every step of the way. We're going to start tonight with Chief Meteorologist Jerry March with the latest on these storms. Jerry.
Well, the storms that we just mentioned have been slowly diminishing in strength, but still packing a punch in the sense that we're not seeing any tornado warnings right now. So we're hopefully trending in that direction, but we're still looking at some exceptionally strong storms, mainly south and east of Columbus. Right now, we're looking at the opportunity for these storms to impact areas between Newark and Zanesville, down to the south around Lancaster. Lightning, some hail, some gusty winds, up to 60 to 70 miles an hour possible. And one thing we've been watching this evening are the storms as they're picking up some steam. So we're watching that, and then the conditions continue to look at rather ominous for areas southeast of Columbus. Somebody who's been tracking the storms all evening, our newest meteorologist, Michael Behrens, has been looking at an opportunity for these storms to continue. That's something that we're watching south and east, Michael. But as I mentioned at the top of the show, at the moment there are no tornado warnings, and that is a little bit of good news.
Yeah, definitely good news tonight. We were telling you even before the first watches came down today that it was a weather alert day for the severe storms that were coming into central Ohio, and that has really played out to be the case. We still deal with several severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour, including Fairfield, Licking counties under a severe thunderstorm warning till 11:30 tonight. Further to the south, Ross County, Pike County, severe thunderstorm warning also till 11:30 tonight. And then a little bit to the north and east, Hocking County, severe thunderstorm warning till 11:45. Hail has really become the threat with these storms. In addition to some damaging winds, we're seeing hail potential down in Hocking County, also down to the south of Chillicothe, where we've watched some of those heavier hail cores come through this evening. The tornado watch does still remain in effect, technically, even for Franklin County, but the tornadic threat really has come to an end with most of these storms. But it's something we'll continue to watch as storms push through this evening. Certainly been lots of heavy rain and lots of severe weather as these storms stretched all the way back down through Kentucky. Thankfully, as we get into tomorrow, we can put some of this behind us and see the damage that was left behind tonight, guys.
Michael, thanks so much. Tonight, the damage is extreme in the Indian Lake area of Logan County.
Yeah, the Indian Lake Chamber of Commerce told us the library, recycling center, all destroyed. 10 TV's Carly Dion is live there tonight. And Carly, tell us what you're seeing out there.
Yolanda, Andrew, we just got here a short while ago, and we're right along Route 33 in Russell's Point, and this street is lined with officers and cruisers and ambulances. It's just packed with people. There's traffic in all sorts of directions right now, and because parts of Route 33 and 708 are completely shut down. Now I'm here with Fiona and JD, who have lived here for about 7 years, experienced, Fiona says she was here at the time. So Fiona, tell me, how you were first alerted that there was a tornado coming and what sort of happened.
I was watching Channel 10 News and I saw it come across that there was a tornado. First the watch and then the warning, and I immediately, when I saw it was coming, I went down into the basement and stayed down there with my dog, Mr. Wilson, and that's where we stayed for quite a while.
And what did you hear?
I just heard all this thunder and lightning, and I know something happened, but I didn't know what, and it was pretty scary. It was very scary.
And now, JD, you said you were not home at the time, so tell me what your experience was like through this.
Well, I was in Marion when it started, and driving home, it was quite the terrible light show and lots of rain, but the last 10 miles was a deluge that I haven't seen in years. It was quite a lot of rain.
What were you seeing?
Some traffic, mostly just waves of rain coming through, lightning stretching across the sky on both sides of me. Just quite a mess. It was a long ride.
And were you in touch with your wife at the time as well?
We were trying. We talked just before I left, and then the phones went down. That's when we lost the power here, apparently, or lost the internet here. And I was probably about half an hour before I finally got a hold of her, and just enough to know that she was okay. And then we lost it again. And the only thing that works around here right now is texts, and not very well.
All right, and now Fiona, you have been talking to some of your neighbors, some people in the area. What have they been telling you about what they've been seeing and hearing around here?
Well, they said the damage was really bad, and I don't know that much about it and I can't watch the news to find out anything, but all my friends were texting me and asking me if we were okay, so they heard it on the news, but I wasn't able to get the news. The whole time I was in the basement, there was no internet service at all. And so just what I've heard several things, but I don't want to quote it because I'm not sure if it's true.
Right. Right. And now, what is your plan? What are you thinking of doing, without power? Do you have a game plan yet?
We have a generator. If we have power, we just don't have phone service, which we don't need phone service if we have heat. But I just worry about the people that are in worse state than we are and wondering how they're going to get through this, because I've heard there's a lot of damage. And by the way the town looks, this is a small town, and we're all lake people. We're, quote, the the locals is what they call us, the locals. So we've never seen anything like this.
And that was going to be my next question. I'm sure you've experienced tornado watches, tornado warnings, but tell me about what you've been. I'm sure you've been walking around a bit. What are some of the things that you've been seeing?
Just a lot of emergency people, and there's a lot of volunteers, and I want to thank them for all their help for these other people that are in worse shape than we were lucky. Our house is old. It's built in 1940, and our structure's okay, but there's mobile homes and so many people that live here year round, and I don't know what has happened to them.
Well, thank you so much for your time tonight. Fiona and
Thank
JD, we're here in Russell's Point, but for now, I will send it back to Yolanda and Andrew.
Carly,
Okay.
give me 1 second here. If you and Travis are safe enough, can you pan around and show us that area? This is our first time being able to see the damage there on the
Sure.
ground. If you can just give us a walk and talk of that area. We appreciate those residents
No,
for their
Travis,
time
Travis,
to
stay
talk
with
to
me.
us.
Stay with me.
Stay with Carly there if you can, Travis, to show us that damage there. Again, we've seen pictures throughout the evening. Carly, go ahead and take it away and tell us where you are and what you're seeing. It looks like a gas station in the distance there.
Okay, so there's a gas station right next to us here, Marathon gas station. We're walking towards Route 33 right now, and we haven't seen much of the damage. As we've tried traveling along Route 33 and Route 708, portions of the road were blocked off, so we couldn't really get close to anything. But right here is where they're sending people if they need any sort of assistance or help. The fire department is right down here. We're getting a little bit closer now. You can see the Hardin County mobile communications, the sheriffs, tons of sheriff's cruisers are here, and there's just a lot of people walking around. Now, if we pan over to the left here, you can see EMS for Hardin County. I think people are flocking to the area. We do know that the fire department has been putting messages out asking for any nurses, anyone who is able to come and support the triage that they have set up at the fire department.
Looks like they have heavy duty equipment there, Carly, to your right.
What was that?
Some heavy duty equipment there to maybe clear the debris.
Yes, they're bringing in some. Yes, it looks like they're bringing in some excavators, things to clear. And walk a little bit further down the road now. You can just see, if you look straight ahead, there's just a line of lights from cruisers. There's so many officials coming in to bring support to the area right now. We're hearing lots.
Okay, yeah, we are hearing ambulance, emergency vehicles in the background. And Carly said when she was headed down there, she just saw multiple ambulances and emergency vehicles passing her, trying to get to the scene of the devastation out there in that area.
Someone's been there throughout the evening is Matt Bruning from the ODOT, Ohio Department of Transportation. He is on the line joining us live now. Matt, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity.
Well, we saw earlier that you posted a tweet saying that in that area of Logan County, you are using snow plows to help clear the debris.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's standard procedure for when you have some of these big storms. Our concern is to get the roads open as quickly as we can because emergency crews need those roads too. And so we're working to do that where we can, obviously safely. The issue is if there's power lines involved in that, we have to wait for those power crews to come in and clear those out before we can get the debris off the road. But we have several locations around the Russell's Point area, Lakeview, Indian Lake, that whole area. That there's a lot of roads that are closed right now.
How many areas do you think, Matt, that you guys are responding to help with clearing out and cleaning out?
Well, I'm looking at some of our snowplow live cams right now, and we've got some in Union County. I've seen some damage on 739 in Union County. Again, around the Indian Lake area, we've got a lot of them up around Auglaize County. There was some serious damage around St. Mary's, even some overhead highway signs that were blown down. So there's just a lot of damage out there, and of course, add to that, it's dark, so it's hard for anybody who might be driving around sometimes to see some of this damage. So if you can just stay off the roads tonight, that's certainly the best thing you could do.
That is good advice.
Matt, how long do you think you will have crews out there working to make sure that these roads are reopened?
I would say they'll probably be out for most of the night. It's just going to depend on the level of damage that we see out there. But certainly in some of the hardest hit areas, it could be a long night for our ODOT crews. So that's the other reason we want people to stay off the road, just gives them the chance to get that work done. less they have to worry about, and it allows us to get it done quicker and safer. So again, stay home if you can.
All right, thank you, Matt Bruning with ODOT. We appreciate you taking some time out of this busy night to talk to us this evening.
And a reminder for
Absolutely.
those in the Indian Lake area, the school district there canceling classes tomorrow. I want to say that they're using that as a staging area for those in that area. So classes there at the Indian Lake schools are canceled tomorrow.
All right. Well, we're going to move on. We have another reporter. Tara Jabor is out, and she is on Route 61. Is that what you said? Okay. She is on 61, and we're out on the roads. 161. Okay, that's Tara Jabor. She's out on the roads. I'm told she's on 161 right now. Tara, what are you seeing as you are riding around out there? I know it's pretty dark, but are you seeing any emergency crews and trees down, damage? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Yolanda, right now we're on 161 West going towards New Albany. We've seen rain on and off. It was heavy about a half an hour ago. Obviously, as you can see, what we've been seeing now in the last 10 minutes is a lot of lightning. We've heard thunder, and the sky has been lighting up since we came from Johnstown. Now, in Johnstown, we drove around there. We didn't see much damage, but we did experience heavy rain. They have a little bit of flooding in some parts of Johnstown. And that's for here on the highway. Everyone is still moving along here. People might be going a little bit slower because of the rain, but other than that, it's been pretty normal conditions here. Just really the lightning is the main factor right now.
All right, it's surprising. I see anybody on the roads, but yeah, you're right. People are out there. They are taking it slow. That's at least some wise movement out there. Okay, drive around, be safe out there, and if you see anything else, let us know. We're going to take a look, I think, of some pictures that have come in from our viewers this evening, sharing what they saw and what occurred in their area. And if we have that, we have some hail video. Is this hail video? Oh, we're going to go back to Indian Lake. Well, let's go back to Indian Lake. All right,
wow.
These are the pictures of the devastation. Is that in the trailer park, I believe?
Off of 33 there and Indian Lake, and you can see the damage there. That is also where our Carly Dion is. She is standing by now, and let's get back live to her. Carly, we know that the signal is a little unstable there, but give us an update.
Hopefully you can hear me okay here. The signal has been a little bit spotty, but I'm here with Amy, and she lives in Lakeview. Now, Amy, tell me about sort of what was going on and what you did when you heard the tornado warning.
We seen it on the news. I live in a house, but I don't have a basement, and I told my son I was going to go to the bathroom. He said no. My sister, who lives here in Russell's Point, has a basement. He said, you go over there, stay there, and I'll stay home because I got 5 cats. And so he stayed there. And from what I'm telling, that everyone but my house and my neighbor's houses have got hit over there. So I have no idea and I'm right across the street from the fire station here at my sister's, so I'm not going to even be able to go to see how bad it is over there. I'm just praying for everyone. And my son lives in Columbus. He's texted me because he's seen a tornado hit Lakeview. He knows I live in Lakeview. I got family that live in St. Mary's that have texted to make sure that we're okay. So as far as I know, me and, my family's okay. Just pray for everybody in Lakeview and hope and pray that there's no deaths or nothing. Right. That's all we can do.
And how did you hear that your home was okay?
My son, he's been able, for some reason, we're getting intermittent texts to come through, and he's texted me, I'm okay, don't come home tonight, the cats are safe. So, and with all this traffic, they wouldn't let me leave to go over there to check it anyhow. So I know from there over is really bad. So I don't know if you've been able to see the damage or not. And we don't have no TV, no way to see what's going on TV right now because the internet and everything's down. So we really can't even watch the news or nothing to see what's going on. So.
And what can you tell me about what's going on here at the fire station right across the street from you?
When it first started, we had seen the Russell's Point police dropping people off to the fire station. I think trying to hurry up and get them out of harm's way, because the fire station's right there. We seen a school bus come by, and really a lot of the firefighters and cops and volunteers are, you know, trying to, I guess this is headquarters right now for them.
Right.
And, you know, I was joking earlier, so you think it's a drug raid with all the cops, and you know, it's just something you know, unless it happens to you. You know, I was in Dayton 50 years ago, 10 miles from where the Xenia tornado hit. So when, you know, I just can't even imagine what the devastation is going to look like over there. I'm hearing everything's broke down, but, you know, that they keep taking people in there, and I don't know, I think they're opening up the high school, so,
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Amy, thank you so much. I'll have you get out of the rain right now, but we're glad you're safe. And now, Andrew, Yolanda, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Carly, thank you so much. Yolanda, that is the second person we've heard from tonight who said they were watching the news when they were alerted that this storm was coming through. That is why we do what we do.
Right.
We were on the air shortly after 7 o'clock. Issuing that warning. Yes, it's an inconvenience for those hoping to
people
watch
were
their
upset.
special
Right,
shows,
right. Yeah.
but we're saving lives,
And that's why,
that's our
right.
responsibility.
Absolutely. And when you see the damage done there, I mean, this is in the dark.
Yes.
When we see it tomorrow in the light of day, I'm sure it's going to look even worse.
Yeah.
So let's send it over to 10 TV Chief Meteorologist Jerry March. Just give us an update on where we stand now weather-wise. I know, are we still under a thunderstorm warning, Jerry?
Several locations are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Franklin County is not one of them, which is good news. Still technically under that tornado watch as the threat continues from some strong to severe storms. But again, that threat is diminishing with time slowly, and it won't completely go to zero for another couple of hours. So we're going to walk through the situation this evening and take a current look at the radar situation, what to expect for the near term, and unfortunately, what folks can expect tomorrow as they're cleaning up. Radar scan right now, we're showing some garden variety rain showers, a rumble of thunder and some lightning in and around Franklin County, but clearly the severe threat and the strongest storms pushing southeast. Quick tour right now, that severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield County goes for a few more minutes, and all these thunderstorm warnings have the threat of some large hail up to an inch, and also 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And the storms are picking up speed. That's just one stop. And this storm again arcing eastward through New Lexington and Perry County, over toward Muskingum County, and then toward Morgan County. That Morgan and Perry County, that warning until 11:45. So again, the severe threat is pushing south and east of Columbus, but still in our viewing area. Also, that we're looking at some extremely heavy rain from these storms and some hail and some lightning. Further off toward the south, we're looking at clearing conditions or improving conditions in and around Pickaway County, but still rather volatile conditions in parts of Ross and Pike County. That severe thunderstorm warning continues for the short term as well. So that's a look at the current situation. We're looking at the potential still for some hail. This is a hail tracker, which just breaks down where we should focus on the threat being the greatest. And we saw some of the storms that are currently being warned right now in parts of Fairfield County, Perry County, down toward eastern parts of Hocking County, and then down toward Ross and Pike County. That line right there looking rather ominous. To the west of that, not completely rain-free. We're looking at the chance for some showers and some storms, but the bigger picture does show very gradual improvement. And if we connect the dots just for a moment, literally you see this line of some showers and maybe a few thunderstorms. We're going to see them slowly sagging southeastward overnight. That will signal a change that will be improvement. Stabilizing conditions will be rain-free, fortunately, for much of the day tomorrow, so that will allow cleanup efforts to continue, but still another hour or so before we finally improve things. So for the rest of the hour-by-hour forecast, getting through the rest of your night, and a look at extended forecast, which gracefully has some bright spots. Let's turn it over to meteorologist Michael Behrens. Michael?
Yeah, it's been an active night across central Ohio. Thankfully, one that's going to start to come to an end as we work our way through the next several hours. The overnight forecast, once we get past this severe portion of the storm, not rain-free, but thankfully much less active across the region. Let's go ahead and dive back into that hour-by-hour forecast. So watch those heavier bands start to shift further south between now and the early a.m. Still could see some heavier showers down toward Piketon and Jackson, but as we work our way toward the early part of Friday, that's when rain eventually starts to, or storms eventually start to come to an end. The showers, they stick with us throughout the day on Friday. Scattered rain throughout most of the morning hours as temperatures take a notably cooler turn. We pushed the rain out as we head to the start of the weekend, and in fact, Saturday looking pretty nice across the region. We see sunshine return to the forecast. Temperatures that will be a little cool, but not bad. 50s through the weekend. We'll see a drop significantly by early next week as temperatures drop down into the 40s with lows in the 30s. A little bit of rain and snow will be possible early next week, and then we're climbing back up into the 50s by the end of next week. Right now, that forecast not looking stormy, and hopefully we can put some distance between rounds of severe weather. I know it's been a rough couple of weeks here in central Ohio.
Yes, it has. All right. Thank you, Michael and Jerry. I do want to read a quick statement from Indian Lake Schools. They are saying tonight that they are asking for prayers and for our community at this time. As Andrew mentioned, school is canceled for Friday, March 15th. Indian Lake Schools being used as a shelter. They say their power is out, but they have backup generators. So we're going to take a little break for now, and we'll be right back. All right, tonight we've been covering damage from the weather and the tornadoes that came through Ohio this evening, and the extreme damage is in the Indian Lake area. That's in Logan County.
Yeah, that area now without power. More than 1,700 outages reported in that area. The Indian Lake Chamber of Commerce telling us that the library, recycling center, all destroyed at this hour. 10 TV's Carly Dion is live there. Carly, you've been speaking to residents who were in the middle of the storm as it came through. Now you're near the fire station. What are you seeing?
Right, Andrew, we're here on Orchard Island Road in Russell's Point, right next to Indian Lake, and as you said, we're hearing there is extensive damage here at this time. I've spoken with several people who were here as the tornado made its way through, and they said it was just super loud. They could hear the thunder as it was rolling through. They knew something was going on outside as they were hiding in their basements and just, trying to figure out what exactly was going on. Now, here at the fire department, they're setting up a triage, and nurses from all over have been rushing here to help and assist however they can. I actually just spoke with a woman who works for Ohio Health who was pretty shaken up, and she said because she knows that there are family and friends out there who have been impacted by this, and she's just anxious about what we'll find out in the coming hours and days that follow. But again, as you said, there is shelter set up at the Indian Lake schools, and they do not have school tomorrow, but they are without power right now. But we, of course, will continue to keep you updated on this. I've also been told that the public information officer here in the area is going to give a press briefing in a little bit at the municipal building about what exactly they know. Now I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Carly, have you heard anyone out there, maybe the firefighters, emergency people, talking about what they've seen when they went into that area to help people?
I actually haven't had a chance to speak with any fire officials just yet. We are still working to do so. But of course, as we learn more about what they've been seeing and hearing, we will keep you posted.
Carly, this may seem a premature question here, but to see that many flashing lights behind you and seeing so many people rushing to that area, it is quite concerning. Any inkling of how many people could be injured in that area? The storm hitting in the darkness of light at night. Any idea or any injuries reported at this hour?
Unfortunately, right now, it's unclear how many people have been injured in this. This road, Orchard Island Road, is lined with cruisers right now with flashing lights on. Everyone is sort of gathering in this general area right now because parts of 33 and 708 are shut down because of damage, and officers are rushing to those scenes as well. Even as on our way in here, we could just see cruisers, ambulances coming in every direction right now. It seems like an all-hands-on-deck situation.
We really hope that's just precautionary and that they will not need all those units there. Carly Dion reporting live. Thank you so much. Be safe out there.
We'll be right back.